Hello. I'll give it a little because ads.
I always think the delay of starting and when people can actually hear us is different too.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta turn down my break.
I think there's also a delay in WhatsApp because Cassidy would text me something and then I look at my phone and she's already done it. It's just like, I'm going to do this and it's already been done.
Also, sometimes I do it and then I text you I'm going to do
it. Because I think covered over the mute button.
Maria, if you would like a link, let me know.
Because I think you would do things. I think we were screwing with permissions at the same time.
I stayed out of it. Actually, I got distracted.
We did. I changed just your everyone permissions on that thing.
Yeah.
Oh, yum, dinner. What is everyone reading?
The book you DNF'd.
The book you DNF'd?
Hollow of Smoke.
Oh, Hollow of Smoke. I was like, I DNF a lot of books.
Same. I never used to, and then this year I was looking at my stats and I was like, oh, wow, I've put down a lot of books this year for me.
Fair. Well, let me know if you want a link after you're done work.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Pris.
Also, why are you awake?
They're having a lot of sprints today.
It's a Tuesday. There's always so many sprints on Tuesdays.
I
don't know what it is about Tuesdays.
The 9th.
Also, I will say that Adrian Tchaikovsky blurbed it. And that tells me a lot.
Murder funding. I'm reading Sword of Kaigen. I'm almost done. I think I should. Like, how long do I have left in the audiobook? I have an hour and 22 minutes left on the audio.
Is that double speed or single speed? You got this. What happened to I don't need to up it?
I got to a point where I needed to up it. I was already at that time listening to it at 2.5. The narrator speaks really slow. So like
so does the narrator for this
still not that bad. But like I'm not at the point where I'm like, I don't want to even understand what you're saying. Just end the book.
Mel, you sent a video and I was like, and then you can hear your audiobook going in the video.
No. Me?
Yeah.
When?
It was just to us, though.
Yeah. The Goodreads thing.
Oh, I was wondering if you could hear that. So sorry.
No, it was sorry.
I didn't think you'd be able to because usually when you screen record, it doesn't record the audio. And then I just sent it without thinking about it. So terribly sorry.
But I also love that every time you send me something, my text is about on the screen.
Chris, do it. Do it. Hi, Bree.
Important people texting.
Where the crawdads sing. I've been avoiding starting my final book for Redathon, so this is good motivation to start. No. Well, yes. Yes.
It's better than Children of Time.
Okay. My book club is cursed, guys. I haven't even started the 9th reign yet, but my book club is cursed.
It is better, but I can see the comparisons.
I felt nothing about that book. It got a 2.5.
I realized that, so I have to finish this, and then I have 2 days left in the month, but Thursday I'm at a wedding for 12 hours, so I won't be reading at all. So I'm like, what am I going to do tomorrow? Like, I need to, like, start and finish a book. Or do I just start and just say, screw whatever-thon? This is, like, my last read of whatever-thon and start July early.
I won't be able to finish another bingo board, so I think I'm following the second option.
I'm finishing.
Me either, but I can still get points for my team.
But you can still get points for your team even if you start your July TBR early.
Well, I won't finish it.
Oh.
Because it's on my July TBR, so I can't finish it.
Unless there's just something you really want to read, I say just start your July TBR.
The curse strikes again. This.
Yeah.
I like book, kind of.
Book 1 was good of Bone Chips. That's the scary part. Oh my gosh. This is amazing.
That's amazing. What team are you on? better
No.
be on ours.
I think she's on Jade's.
Oh no.
Yeah, the two of them. I
I
can't
don't.
right
It's
direction.
one of those weird books where like I'm super bored, but also don't mind picking it back up. So there's a level of intrigue there, but also nothing's happening.
But I also it has elements of sci-fi and paranormal where I'm just like,
Yes.
I knew it was paranormal. Like I know that going into it, so
It's
You
not
know.
honestly, it doesn't feel that paranormal to me. I see the sci-fi, but I don't feel the paranormal.
it's just the vampire.
vampires.
Yeah, but the way that they're described is not your traditional paranormal vampire.
I hear vampires and I automatically think paranormal.
To me, I don't know, paranormal is like it's not a vibe, but you can have like a fantasy type vampire that's a creature that feeds on blood, and then you can have a vampire. And they're a little different in my brain.
It
Jane,
depends on time. I need to read it still. I haven't started it.
yeah,
We'll
it's
see.
550, so it's not that long.
The vamps don't sparkle?
And the font is huge. And so when I saw the audiobook was like 20 something hours, it's like, there's no way, but he just talks really slow. I don't feel the horror.
It
I
wasn't.
can see where you could, but I don't feel it.
It's kind of body horror, not body horror. It's like there's like maggots and worm stuff that I wasn't vibing with.
Yeah.
The Ninth Reign by Jen Williams.
It's interesting, and I will not have regretted reading it. I will put it that way.
I haven't started it, so I have no feelings on it yet. So I could love it. Watch Turn of Events. I'm like, this is the best book ever.
But you and Mel are twins, so I doubt it.
We have some differences every once in a while, though.
Every once in a while.
In fantasy?
Yeah.
I love how, though, Cassidy was like, I'm loving Sword of Kaig, and I'm like, here's my problems. And then you get to wherever you are, and you're talking about all these things, and I'm like, yep.
This is the thing is I still like it. Like I
do too.
And I think where you stopped, it had a lot of problems, and then it got better.
Yeah.
And then it just does the same thing that it does in the beginning. But I think it's one of those things where I agree with you on the problems, but maybe I like them a little bit more than you do, which is why I didn't soft DNF.
I think the reason I soft DNF'd it wasn't even because I had that many problems with it. It was just I didn't really want to pick it back up, and I'm already sick, which is going to make me not want to read. And so if I had kept going, I just would have read nothing. So I'd rather put it down and try again in like July when I'm not sick.
I'm a psychopath, and I'm like, I'm sick. Let's read a 700-page book.
Oh, I'm reading a 700-page book, just maybe not that 700-page book. No, I'm not officially DNFing it. Maria.
Yeah, so to answer this, it's okay. It's okay. I really like the conversations going on, which I think is why I think I will say I like this better than Mel, because I tend to like that kind of story a little bit more than you.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a little bit more realistic in terms of like looking in the mirror. It like really reflects problems in society.
Yeah.
But it's too character driven. And I don't give two fucks about the characters. That's like my whole problem is I could not connect to the characters. If I could connect to the characters, 5-star read, but I can't connect to the characters for some reason.
I was shocked. I was shocked by a thing that happened to one of the main characters. I think you've gotten past it, Cassidy.
I just didn't care when it happened.
I know.
That was the problem. I was like, oh.
I was really sad about it. So
yeah. I was texting Maria, and she pretty much told me, she's like, if you did not feel something at this point, you are never going to feel something in this book. It is a really pretty cover.
Gavin, I thought you were sleeping.
He shouldn't be sleeping.
I just left. Gabby was sprinting. That was not as random as it sounded.
Just like actually like you're staring through Gavin's window with binoculars. I thought you were sleeping.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It just doesn't have a big enough plot for me, and I cannot connect.
I don't even know what it was now.
It's a thing. It's a big thing, so I can't say.
Yeah, it's big. We can
I'm
text you.
tempted to tell you to put it in the private chat, but I probably will pick it back up again, so maybe not.
Oh.
Making me sound like an ultimate creeper there, guy. I'm too sick to be that big of a creeper tonight.
The house across the world.
Yeah.
I was watching a Sophia Nygaard video, and she went to Huntsville for a bit.
Wait, say that again? Sorry.
Sophia Nygaard. She's a really popular YouTuber. She went to Huntsville for a while because she was getting to Scarsdale. So she flew into Huntsville to drive to Scarsdale.
Why would you fly into Huntsville?
I don't know. She was confused by the giant rocket.
It's a good rocket.
All of you go to bed. All of you.
No, she was going to that unclaimed baggage store.
Yes, I've never been there, but I know what you're talking about.
We are going to do.
Gavin, the only reason I'd look in your window is because your kitties are just so cute. We've got to have more kitty content.
I'd look for Gavin.
I mean,
undress.
You're
trying to make it sound less creepy.
I'm here for all the creep.
Luggage going to Yelk so I can sneak it across the border.
Hannah, I've read all the way up to Dragonhaven and I love Hob. Hob has a plot. Hob has a plot.
Abercrombie, I haven't read, so we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm a character-driven reader and didn't like Abercrombie.
I'm still interested to try it.
That fell off my head.
Gavin full purple tracksuit. This is why everyone's looking in Gavin's window.
Is he taking the purple tracksuit off?
Apparently.
Oh, yes. They're so cute.
I want to try Abercrombie too.
I will gladly watch over your kitties, Gavin.
Share screen. Slides.
I'm staring at
I'm not a regular mom. I'm a cool mom. Do. We have 2 more minutes before we're sprinting though.
This is apparently the only way I read anymore. I was thinking to myself, I was like, I really need to pick up Ninth Reign. There are no sprints on now. What am I going to do with myself?
I was supposed to be with Nick doing some work for him, and then he canceled because it's gonna rain. And I was like, hee, I can sprint.
Yeah, you bailed on me. Or should we be concerned about Ash?
I think she's gone crazy from the heat.
I'm unsure what to say.
It finally rained for a femtosecond here, and I was so happy.
Take my freaking rain. We're having the rainiest summer, and I only get summer for 2 months.
It was supposed to rain here yesterday. It didn't.
It feels like 103 most of the time.
Yeah, it's so hot.
When I watch sprints, I'm always there just for the company. But if I'm on them, I feel like there's like 83 people requiring me to read, so I have to read.
At least for like 5 minutes. You got to say you read something when you come back.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I've set up that I'm very consistent, and people would be shocked if I didn't read.
If you don't read 100 pages exactly. It's supposed to rain tomorrow, maybe.
I didn't know there was a fire currently in BC. That's not good. That means I'll get all the smoke in a week.
Yeah, the rain might stop the smoke. Well, I don't even know how that works, but like.
Rachel, do you ever even slump? This is a real question.
Yeah, this is a question I need to know the answer to.
Sometimes I just don't read books and then I'm fine.
But I feel like that's what I do too. I don't even know if I could call it a slump. Like sometimes I just don't read and I'm okay with that.
I mean, one time I read 8 books in September and that was fine.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is why I'm on season 6 of Charmed.
Are you listening to porn? Like, what is an ASMR boyfriend? Are you listening to something?
You have the arm pillow. I feel like you need the arm pillow for this.
I'm so lost in this.
Muscular man. Hmm. 3 days is fine.
This is what she means, is I say I don't read, and then it was just like 3 days, and I started reading again.
Yeah, basically, that's what happens. I kind of just sometimes I just don't read for a day, and then I'm fine and go back to
Even
reading.
when I'm not reading, I'm driving to work, so I'm listening to an audiobook. I think the last time I didn't listen to an audiobook on the drive was like 6 months ago.
Cassie's clueless and I get some more boyfriend videos. Wait, do I get to like, is it
thing.
like a choose your own adventure, but choose your own boyfriend? What?
I hate it.
Deep dive.
It,
What?
it creeps me out so much.
I need to. A guy pretends to. What? I need this. I know I have one, but like I need this.
He doesn't live with you right now, so you could totally get away with it. It's fine.
This is I don't have a schedule. I started in last July, but I haven't picked up a Hob book since February.
Becca made me sad today when she said that the live show for the second Fitz book was in mid-July, and I thought I had a month to catch up on both of them. And I'm like, great.
This is fair. What does he say to you? Wait, you wish you were my ASMR boyfriend?
That you like the slumps that are like, okay.
I'm lost. There's too many conversations.
Yeah, real creepy.
I mean, you are everyone's boyfriend. Wasn't that established? Were you everyone's husband? I forgot.
I could be whatever you want me to be. Hey, babe, did you have a good day? And then he waits for you to reply. And he's like, that's good, babe. Would you like a massage?
The answer is always yes to that question.
Gavin, be honest, is this a thing you invented? You know what? Nick would probably be like, man, this is great. This means I don't have to act like her boyfriend anymore.
Honestly, but I hate massages because like it hurts when people touch my shoulder blades. I don't know why. That's really awkward, but
maybe you just need a not shoulder blades massage.
2 positives, you can tell him the whole story of your day.
This is hilarious.
I don't think she has yet.
But yeah, there was speculation it could be Abercrombie, but that depends on like 17 different factors, and there has been absolutely nothing set in stone.
I think there was they talked a little bit about it in the Ashley's live today, if you want to scroll through that, I guess.
Oh. I do need to go back and watch that. I planned to watch that, and then my doctor's appointment was smack in the middle of it.
I actually planned to join those, and then I never did. I kind of forgot about them. I was like, oh, Ashley has sprints today. I'll join them. And then it was like halfway through them, and I was like, oh.
Nick is busy being Beaver.
I had a lot of meetings because everything was meetings and also answering questions in the Discord. I was like,
you are answering a lot of questions in Discord.
Summer of Self-Pub.
Yeah.
I did hear this at some point. No idea what's happening. I just wait for Becca to announce it. At some point, she'll announce it, and all our questions will be answered.
Yeah, I think she definitely said that it won't be back until 2023. Everybody needs a break.
We're going to sprint. So I will see you all in 45 minutes. Hello, friends.
Hello.
How did everybody do?
About 50 pages.
Solid.
I'll give you one guess.
100 pages.
Also, I started a new book, and
I just saw your text. Do you guys not have Girl Guide over there?
we have Girl Scouts.
Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, Girl Guide. It's
Yeah.
all the same.
I'm confused. What did you start?
It's called A Rip Through Time. It's like, you know, it's a Canadian detective who's in Edinburgh gets kind of murdered, and switched places with a maid from 1869 who was murdered on the exact same place in the exact same time. Like,
Interesting.
so like she doesn't like switch places. She's kind of like freaking Friday into that maid's body.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're not gonna like it, but
I might. You don't know.
it's Outlander-esque.
I liked Outlander. Well, I didn't read the books. I like the show.
I do like the show as well.
The show's good stuff.
I saw the Battle Royale.
How is it? I haven't read that one yet.
I am 58 pages in. This is already like brutal. I love it. Like,
That one intrigues me yet terrifies me.
Yeah, there's.
I'm also reading Docile.
Oh,
And this is like really, really heavy. So I thought like I'm gonna put this down and read Battle Royale, and then this started out brutal. So I was like, oh wow. So it's just brutal all over.
Are you liking Docile? How far in are you?
I am like 100 pages into Docile. It's amazing, but it's so fucked up.
I loved it. I gave it 4 stars.
And this is also fucked up. And then I read this today, which broke me into a gazillion pieces. So
What is
I've
that
been
even about?
crying. I have a headache. I've been
no.
crying. And it's just my emotional being is not okay.
Oh no.
All the heavy books.
This is about this is about Gallus Duncan, who was a real person, and her like leading up to her witch trial. But it's like written in such a beautiful, beautiful way that it's just like it's about like women and women in certain positions, you know, with like not having as much rights. And even now what's happening in America, this is like so even like more powerful now. But this was written so beautifully and so heartbreaking that I sobbed my eyes out the entire book.
Oh
Like
man.
this is 100 pages and I could not stop crying.
All the heavy reads.
Yeah, sounds like it.
So I've been reading like all the heavy books, but I want to finish these 2 before whatever a thon is over. So
Docile was quick. Like I remember reading it quick.
yeah,
Even though it's like it's dense and it's effed up, it read fast.
it's reading like really, really fast, and I'm doing like the last day of whatever a thon. I want to stay up for the full 24 hours to like really get some effed up reading going.
I love it. Love it.
But yeah, I am already really enjoying this. This is really good.
Is it written in normal prose?
Which one do you mean?
The Battle Royale. For some reason, I don't know why I was thinking that was a manga, but it's not, right?
No. It's
Okay,
like
Our manga for it, I believe. I think that's
Yeah.
why you're thinking that.
what? Say that again.
There are manga for it.
yeah, there are manga.
I bet that's why I'm thinking that.
But
Okay.
this is just a novel, like it's translated.
Okay. I do want to read that one.
I don't know what it is. I always want to read it because I think I'll love it, but I look at it in a bookstore every single time and go, nah.
I think you'll really like this, Cassidy.
I think I would love it. So I don't know why. I look at it every time I go in the bookstore and just I'm like, not
Yeah,
today.
this is a book right up your alley. Like even the beginning already, it's like, yes, I can see you're really
I'm
liking this.
known as the person that reads effed up things.
Oh, so yeah, I'm reading all the effed up books. That's fine. We can do fluffy in July. It's fine.
I like it.
You should read Dead Man Wonderland, Cassidy.
Huh?
It's a manga. Well, it's an anime, but the anime kind of stops halfway through, and they didn't get a second season to finish the story.
Dang animes. I've actually never read manga. I watch a lot of anime, but I have never dived into manga. But I don't overly like graphic novels either, so I think that's why I don't spend enough time looking at pictures that I miss half the story.
Yeah.
I just pretty much read everything and then I flip the page, which is why graphic novels also don't work for me.
It's actually rather short. It's only 13 volumes.
That is short for manga.
Yeah. So I watched the anime first, and it's kind of fucked up. It starts with like an entire classroom getting brutally murdered.
Jeez. I do want to try the Sandman audio just to see how in the world they managed to make an audiobook out of a graphic novel.
Yeah, I own the first one.
I have it too. I just haven't listened to it yet.
Also,
and with the show coming out in September or August or whenever it is, I want to get to it sooner.
I thought the third one's coming out. Is it? Because the second one's already out.
I have no idea. I know the second one's out. I don't know when the third one comes out, but the show, then is it Netflix? Is either the very end of August or the beginning of September, maybe.
Because I know Kat Dennings' voice is deaf, and I kind of like Kat Dennings.
I feel the same way.
Yeah, I do that too.
Do I have fruit gushers or Scooby snacks in the next
Scooby
snacks?
Scooby snacks?
I have no idea what both are, so
fruit gushers, like pop, there's like a juice in there, and Scooby snacks are just a candy.
Scooby snacks.
I love Scooby characters. To be honest, I'm probably gonna eat both. I don't know why I'm pretending that I'm not.
I love it.
Do they come in packages so I can just get 2 packages out?
Yeah, like. Do you guys not have fruit gushers where you are?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. That's what she did. She's get a pack each. Or 2.
Or 3. Or 4.
No, I mean, like do the Scooby snacks also come in packages? So you can just like
same thing. They're just small little packages.
I mean, they're supposed to be put in like children's lunch boxes or something.
I am a child. It is my lunchbox time, apparently.
Says the person who just turned 25.
Exactly. I am a child. I actually am thinking about ordering food. My parents are in Calgary this weekend. Well, this week. They are on a mini vacation. So
Fun.
I'm home alone. And I already kind of ate dinner, but I'm hungry again, and I don't want anything in my fridge. So I'm like, maybe I should order food.
What's food?
It's only 7:30. You still got stuff.
I'm all for ordering food.
I don't know what to order though.
Also, I sang "Happy Birthday" to Jade on voice memo. I did that as well.
Oh, yeah.
I love that.
It's like technically her birthday where you are.
I think it's also technically her birthday where she is too.
Yeah.
Well, like where she is too, but like not where I am.
No.
Not where I am.
I mean,
I loved it. Percent saying me happy birthday, and it was the best thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love that.
I did. I forgot about that. Yes, I did sing you happy birthday, didn't
You
I?
did.
Sad my birthday was before the booktube thing.
see, I was just mean to you on your birthday.
Mean, nice, whatever.
And then gave you a book about, and then gave you a giant book.
Love it. I got your second book too. It came.
Yeah. Now you and Mel can buddy read them.
We could. I actually haven't told
the
Mel.
second one?
Bought it for me. Spine of the Dragon.
Oh, yes. Let's do that.
Also, I started on my genre blanket again.
I can see that. I really need to do that. It's sitting there staring at me.
I was like, I'm not doing anything else while I listen to this audiobook. I may as well be productive.
I flipped to physical for the moment because I was not paying attention. So I cannot do this in audiobook. It's a sad day.
I will be reading that one physically. I was gonna read it this weekend, but I'm camping and I won't be able to like write notes or anything, which I feel like I need to do for the first book in that for the live show.
What are you gonna do if everyone hates the book again?
We might end up not continuing. And
I don't think I'm gonna hate it. I'm over halfway through and I don't hate it. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. Like I would read the second one.
it's all the time zone. Dark romance new wishlist made it tough for me to pick one. Yeah, I don't have I just read dark romance through KU. So
I mean, do you own There Are No Saints?
nope. But I have no want to own it. Like I'm just not that person. I've already read it. Why own it? I have to buy a book before I own it, or else I'll never buy it.
I'm bad about that too.
Oh, I'm the exact opposite. I have the books that I own are books that I loved, except for the Expanse there is back there. But
I just have a problem with collecting books. It's a different hobby than my reading books.
I agree with that.
I did. It comes from not having a lot of space. Like I just maybe one day when I have like an actual room with like a bunch of bookshelves, I'll collect those books. But at this moment, I prefer my shelves to have unread books. Like I prefer to like be a giant TBR versus books I've already read.
That makes sense.
I think it comes from a lack of money and a lack of space.
That should
Fair.
stop me, but it doesn't.
But I did, because I had already tested and knew I wasn't COVID positive, went in the bookstore with my mask today and just walked around, and I did not pick up 2 books. I took pictures of them and put them on my wish list instead. Proud of me.
What didn't you buy?
That's right.
I'm disappointed in you. What did
Dragon something by D.M. Hamilton, or Duncan M. Hamilton.
Oh,
And
he's an indie author.
they had it at the bookstore. And then, hang on, it's at the top of my wish list. I can just look.
Indie author, but he's typically the things that I've seen of him are
So Dragon Slayer by Duncan M. Hamilton and The Gutter Prayer by Gareth Hanrahan.
I don't
mean
know.
that thing back there, which I own.
I don't know. Is it back there?
It is.
I can see that far. I know. I think it was because I just didn't feel great, and I'm also broken, so I was like, I'll buy it later.
Sometimes I go into the bookstore and like I could buy a million of these books. Like I want to read them all, but I'll buy nothing because like I just don't like they're not vibing with me or something that day.
Yep.
If I see a pretty cover, I immediately go to Libby, and if it's there, I'm like, I can't buy you.
That's fair.
I like the Dragon Slayer cover because it's a really big paperback and it's thin and it's bright blue.
Like Never Die is big and thin, and I love that too. Like, it's so
Oh,
tiny.
I need to buy that one.
It's chunky.
I want it. I need it. Even though I already have it on audio.
Actually, Skylar, she's not here, but she got me, I put on my wish list, clear notepad thingies, sticky notes, so that I can, for book club picks, I feel like they'll be handy.
Yeah, I liked, I like that the Never Die like series is in like a omnibus on Audible.
Yeah.
Because
that's why I didn't realize that it was an omnibus, and so I thought it was really long. And then when I went to look up recommendations for long audiobooks today, I was like, oh, that's not very long. Where is it?
I mean, it's not a series. I think they're like standalone companions.
You know, when I went to visit Jade at Poolathon, I had the most epic book buying.
You did.
Because everything that sounded remotely interesting, I threw in a basket. And normally I do this all the time, right? I go to a bookstore, everything that's remotely interesting, I put it in a basket, and then I made a selection of that basket what I'm actually buying. That time I didn't do that. I just took the basket to the till.
Love it.
And it was £200, but because I was with Gavin, it was only £100.
Yes.
It was a bargain.
That's when you have to do it, because how can you pass that up?
Because Press, I wonder if you can get a subscription because, like, for the New York Library, like, you can buy a subscription to the like New York Library through Libby, like a library card. If you're from out of state, I don't know if that works internationally as well.
Interesting.
I have no idea.
That is when she broke the register.
Yes. Well, it wasn't just me. Hang on.
How many books were on that order? That's what I want to know.
I don't know how many books that were on the order, but our books, like everything in total, because she scanned them all and then it broke. It was almost £400 worth of books.
I love this so much.
So I don't know how many books there were.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Except for Gavin's retiring.
Right? Stupid Gavin.
Retiring. Yeah, he is. He is. He needs to this upcoming weekend. He needs to give his so right before Yauk as well. So I told him.
Man, bad timing.
I told him, you're being really selfish, Kevin. You're putting a dent in my Yauk budget already.
Dang retirement.
She should have worked like one day in July and then be like, I'm out.
I do like something similar, Pris, except for I can't pick a basket. I refuse to get a basket, otherwise I'll buy too much. But I have to look through the entire store before I will actually pick up something to buy. Like, I need to see all of my options, and then I'll come back and pick what I think I want to get.
I just pick up stuff.
Yeah, but I just throw everything in a basket, and then I go through the basket of what I'm actually buying, and then I will like get my calculator out on my phone, and I will just
do that.
And then I will, and then I see what the total is, and I will go like this.
Yeah, my problem is I have to keep it to what I can hold in my hands. Otherwise, I will buy that entire basket.
That's funny.
But I do have like some good money set aside for Yauk, so I can buy some books. So excitement.
I'm jealous of all you Yauk people. That sounds fun.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah,
I am like really excited about Yauk, but I am so incredibly nervous because flying right now is not fun because the airports are so crazy, and I am terrified that a flight is gonna get canceled or something is gonna happen, because I talked to Sandra and her flight, she was supposed to come back from Gran Canaria on Monday. Her flight got canceled. And now she got like a new flight for, I think, was it today? So they put them in a really nice hotel, but then she had to fly to Stockholm and then from Stockholm to home. But she texted me and they arrived in Stockholm, and it's so chaotic there that the people will not provide hotels or anything. So now she's stranded in Stockholm for the entire night without a hotel, without a place to sleep. And she said to me that the people were so mean that she had to cry.
What's happening that's making it bad to fly?
Well, because of COVID, they are hugely understaffed because they fired a lot of people. And they are so understaffed, and now all regulations have been lifted again. And the amount of travels are going absolutely berserk because everyone is traveling again because we can do so after 2 years. So it's just incredibly busy. And I'm just so happy that Sandra is not alone. She is with her best friend.
Yeah.
Because I would have been so worried about her. But I know she's like, they are together. But I am so terrified of something like that happening, or like, even when I'm like going a flight getting canceled and not being able to get like a new flight and I will miss it all, or you know, I'm just so fucking stressed about traveling.
Is it a direct flight for you?
Yeah, it is.
At least that's better. You won't be stranded anywhere with it. Like, either you would be
and it is
friends or at home.
It is a very, very popular destination. I know the flights from Eindhoven, where I'm flying from, to London, they go 3 times a day. So, you know, if something gets canceled, it's not like there won't be a flight out until like the next day or anything.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
I'm like hoping that everything will be like okay, and it's a short flight, so hopefully
I
it
think
will be all right.
I
But
think you will.
yeah, I am incredibly I am an anxious mess. I've been dreaming about stuff going wrong. It's just horrible. So I'm gonna be happy when I'm like arrive in London.
Yeah. And if you get stuck there, at least you're surrounded by your people.
Yeah, I don't mind. Well, of course I would mind, but it would be like less
Mm-hmm.
worse if it happened on the way back, because then I had my fun and I had my and you
Right.
know Jade lives very close to London as well. You know, if I would get stranded there or my flight would get cancelled, I could just go with Jade.
Mm-hmm.
So that wouldn't be like a problem or anything.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, you'll have
I
to.
just hope everything will be all right. And I'm traveling like with two other duchies from Eindhoven. They are all going to Yalk,
Good.
and I said to them like, I am really sorry if I'm gonna be like a bitch, but I just want to like prepare our trip like to the max. So I want to like do this and that, and you know just
No, I
really
feel you.
prepare and be there on time and stuff like that. You know, just so I can have some rest in my head.
Yeah. I think it should go good. And it'll be so much fun once you're there. Like, I'm so jealous. It's gonna
Oh
be
my god, it's gonna be so good. Like
Yeah, y'all have
there's
a
so
blast.
many people that I would love to meet, and there are gonna be like so many people there that I want to meet. So it's gonna be fantastic.
Yeah, it'll
Yeah.
be great.
it'll be fun. Okay. On this note, let's sprint.
Yes, I'm gonna get a snack.
Yum snacks. Okay, I will see you all in 45. Hello, friends.
Hello.
Hello.
How did we all do?
I got sleepy.
That's fair. It's late for you when you're sick.
Yeah.
I switched back to docile.
Chris is like, if I'm gonna read a heavy book, I'm just gonna read the heavy book.
Mm-hmm.
And my eyes are a little bit tired, so I thought I'm listening to the audiobook. This so
Smart.
That's fair.
more chill.
I'm kidding. Rachel, did you do 100 pages?
No, I listened to my audiobooks, so I have no idea how much I'll.
Fair. I didn't read it all. A mood.
Yep.
A lot of things. I'm reading Forticayan. Mel's reading The Ninth Reign.
Yes.
Chris is reading Docile, and Rachel's reading some cozy thingy. Canadian.
It's just like, give me my stabby stab fantasy. Except for sometimes when I want to read a cozy mystery.
Mm-hmm.
I'll break it up somehow.
The duality of man. Historical history. Hard fantasy.
Yes. Love it.
Shush.
It says I have 3 hours left of Night 3
You're doing pretty good.
on the speed that I'm reading on.
I always just tell people on the speed I'm reading on. I don't understand when people tell me not on the speed they're reading on.
Yeah, sometimes it won't tell me. So, like, if you're listening to Libby, it doesn't tell you. It just tells you how much time is left. It doesn't tell you how time is left in respect to. So you have to calculate it.
Yeah, like I just average in my head, like a rough idea, and
I can do that if it's on 2 times speed. But if I'm on like 2.5 or 2.7, my brain just can't do that fast enough.
2.7, I would just probably say a little less than 3 times.
Fair.
Chris has not recovered. Chris has picked up not even darker, but more dark books.
Yes, I am reading Docile again. I'm gonna destroy myself. It's fine.
Love that for you. That's the worst when you're just ready for it to be over. I'm kind of I had texted them in this last sprint that I was like, oh, I'm liking what's happening, and now I'm back to like, can this be over?
Hello. Yeah, you're making me not want to pick up that book.
Oh, Sandra.
I don't think you'll like it, Mel. I don't think you should pick it up.
I mean, I think at best it'll probably get a 3-star, and I'm like, if it's gonna just be it was pretty good. Do I want to waste time reading it?
For me, it's doing too much now. It's like I'm like setting up a new plot line, but I'm less than 100 pages till the end. Like,
why?
Like I think it would have made a really cool series or duology or something.
But, yeah, a duology would have been cool.
Because I had about 60%, I was like, that could have been a little bit slower and made a great first book.
Mm-hmm.
Is that when the thing happens?
Yeah, to about when that thing happens. Like just after that, I feel like that would be a great first book.
I like that you know exactly what the thing.
There's no other thing.
It is pretty big.
And then like,
hi. Come on. Everybody wants to say hi to you. Come on. Come on.
Hey, Patrick Leo is here.
Is that the cat being stubborn?
Yeah. Everybody wants to say hi. Come on. Come on. She's thinking about it. Come on. The sad thing is she's so big, she can like lift up on the side of the couch and she's taller than the couch.
I love it.
She's a big cat.
Yeah.
I don't know. She is. Hi. Okay, bye.
I don't understand what it's trying to do. That's really it. Like I don't get the love. I do not get the love.
Yeah, you may be turning my soft DNF into a hard
I think I connected with the characters and then that thing happened and I was too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the world. And plus I didn't know anything about it. Was not what I expected going in.
I didn't know too much about it. Maria was shocked I didn't know that the format is weird, where like the climax happens in the middle of the book, and then it's about like the aftermath of that.
I didn't know that till recently.
No idea.
I knew nothing about the book, and there's like sci-fi. There's like that sci-fi city kind of.
Yeah, the setting was not what I was expecting.
Sci-fi city.
Well, they kind of have like planes and
the mother city,
hover or holographic stuff, and it just I wasn't expecting it to be that urban.
the mom's city where she is, like in her past.
The school.
The city, like the past points of view, the city that she was in.
Yeah, where she's going to school, and it's her last year of school, and she's running around with the gang.
Yeah, doing.
Yeah, I consider that two separate like places, but yes.
Yeah, it's like the superhero shit.
The same timeline, yeah.
Yeah. We're talking about Sword of Kaigen, Courtney.
But like in like the first couple chapters, they talk about like putting up like like telephone poles.
Because the one city is not like it's like urban fantasy, but not. So I like don't.
I don't know. It just honestly, I would almost rather a book like lean into that or not, because the swords and that kind of stuff combined with the phones and the airplanes just really threw me for a loop.
This is the thing. I loved that about it, because it's like this city, this country has not continued with the rest of the world. That's why they don't have cell phones, and that's why propaganda works so well.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah,
I think it was a very good commentary on modern versus traditional in that bridge.
100%. I think that's the reason like this book is getting more stars from me, is I love that conversation and the discussion. Like I'm borderlining a 4-star, like because of that. Like that's why I'll run it through Call because I really did like the discussions that happen in here, and like the talk about motherhood and all that.
I just think for me, based off of what I've read, if I don't connect to the characters better, those conversations are just going to be very like surface level and not mean anything, and I'm not going to care. Like in which case, I don't care if the conversations were there. It's not going to help my star rating.
So that's why it helped me, because I really like the characters and I like the conversation that was happening. So I'll
attach more to the conversation than I would the characters. So
no, I'm just saying we're in line again.
Yeah. It's so weird how you can have completely differing opinions, yet the same opinion all at the same time.
I mean, like with the Splintered King, me and Mel have the same opinions. We just have different star ratings because
I was just meaner with my stars than you because I was in a bad mood that day.
But you also took forever to read it while I read it in 2 days.
Well, and in my defense, it wasn't just like I had a lot going on when I was reading it too.
That's true.
Yes, I am tired.
I think it ended up with a 3-star.
That's true. I mean, that's how our buddy reads go. I read it quickly, then Mel reads it, and then Cassidy never reads it.
Shh, don't call me out like this.
I mean, this is how Death Raid went. I read it, Mel read it, and then Cassidy will
get through it at some point. Except for this one. This one's different because you read it. Cassidy's slower, but she's finishing it, and I may not read it.
It wasn't a buddy read, though.
Well, you and I were semi-buddy reading it. We were reading it at the same time and talking about it.
Rachel read it a long time ago.
I read it like over a year ago.
I'm just saying. Wait, it's not. I'm confused.
It is a standalone. There's other stories set in different parts of the world at different times.
Like nothing else follows the same characters. Well, I'm guessing that some might follow this Robin character, but I don't 100% know. But this is like a standalone itself. The world is just not a standalone.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Like, kind of like how Cosmere, essentially, but like
but
there's no Easter eggs.
Yeah, because this takes place on the same continent, kind of.
Rachel loved it.
Same world, the same thing, just different ending.
Sorry, what did I love?
Courtney was saying that the three of you not liking it. I was like, Rachel really enjoyed Sword of Kaigen.
Yeah, but I enjoyed you have to enjoy the characters, and
it's not a bad book. I can completely see why people would like it.
I will also say I'm sitting at maybe a 4-star.
Yeah.
And I'm just not picking it back up because my brain can't do it right now.
It would probably be 5, 4, 3. That's what I'm guessing.
Maybe a 3 for me. I'm not sure. I'm gonna run it through Copilot. It's like very borderline
Yeah.
for me.
Hey, but a borderline 3 to 4 star is still really good.
Oh yeah, a
Yeah.
3-star for me is still really good. Like
Mhm.
I will give a book 2 stars in a heartbeat if I didn't like it,
Yeah.
and it's still good.
Riley Sager. Still bitter about that one.
You just need to stop picking up new releases.
Apparently so.
So don't pick up in the Shadow of Lightning.
Yeah, see, I've already got 3. July 12th is the day of releases. It is like the day of the year for releases, I feel like.
What's
It
coming
Girl
out?
comes out that day, Upgrade by Blake Crouch comes out that day, and What Moves the Dead by T. Kingfisher comes out that day. All 3 of which I plan to read very quickly in the month of July. So wish me.
Upgrade. I'm excited about Upgrade.
Because Dreadguard comes out on the 5th. Martyr came out today.
Mhm.
And then a series
Maybe it's like just the thriller day,
yeah, because I was like, I don't.
real horror day.
Yeah, I'm not as excited about it as Mellis. So
I'm excited
I'm
for.
not saying like I'm terrified of It Girl. I don't think I'm gonna like it. Upgrade, I'm hoping I will like. What Moves the Dead probably has the best chance of me liking it.
I'm
But
excited.
even still, those have been like I gave one a 3-star and one a 5-star. So
I'm excited for the Martyr.
me too. Even though I haven't read the Pariah yet, but I'm excited.
I really like that cover.
Yeah, I like the duality of the covers right now. I don't know if it's a
Drives
duality.
Cassidy crazy.
It does. Also, really annoyingly, the next in the Ashes of the Sun series is blue.
Yes.
I own it now. I got it for my birthday. And my shelf, the next goes orange after the Ashes of the Sun because it's orange because they're half color coordinated right now. So I'm like, can I put it before and have it go 2-1 instead of 1-2? Because it's like blue,
It
orange.
would drive me crazy.
I put things backwards on my shelf all the time. I just never even notice.
Oh, there was at one point where I filmed like 7 videos with Layer of Dreams upside down, and it was driving people insane. I'm like, I'm sorry.
This
Yeah,
is
no, not since the very first read of the month.
this
I've
is
had
a
a
mood.
read in the very first read of the month.
And
Jesus
last month
Christ.
you were not having a good time either.
Last month I don't count though because last month was just a really, and I had a lot of 4-star reads last month. I just complained about a lot apparently. But last month was just an overall like lots going on crappy kind of month, so I don't count it.
So
June has just been a bad reading month,
What?
but July we're coming back strong.
I am excited for July because I'm predicting my favorite book of the year is coming out.
Which one?
Dreadguard.
Oh, well, that's an easy prediction.
It's actually terrifying that you're saying that July is gonna be the good month for you when you're reading like 5 indie books, and indies are so hit and miss.
But
I
it, for you because
have faith. We're gonna do this. I am committed to the good reads.
If this was how I picked my good reading months, every month would suck.
I consider a good reading month like mostly 3s and 4s.
Same.
yeah, I don't think I had any 5 stars, but I just read Fairlane, which was really really good, and it was that one was like a good 4.5.
I haven't had a 5-star since April.
I had one last month. This month. I had one this month.
Yeah.
Sadly, not this one.
I gave this one 5 stars.
There you go. See? Beautiful.
Chris, you give out a lot of 5 stars. I always like to know this. I'm nosy.
Yeah, I do. I give out too many 5 stars. I feel like
There's no such thing.
No
You
such
get what you
thing.
want.
It's all about your
I don't know if I get a physical reaction with a book, it's a 5-star for me, and I get a lot of physical reactions when I read. So
I give Chris 5 stars.
oh, it's so cute.
Surprisingly, my last 5-star book was The Black Coast, which was in April.
That was a while ago.
Mine was Recursion, which was in April.
Not saying I haven't read everything.
I have faith in the Force this month. July is the month of the Force. I am like manifesting it because I'm tired of reading books I don't enjoy. And I would have thought that maybe it was just me and I was in a mood or something. But most of the books that I've not really loved, other people haven't loved too. And so I don't feel like it's just me. I feel like I'm just being a bad chooser.
Yeah, you're just picking bad books.
I'm just picking the wrong things. Somebody else pick my TBR for July. Just ignore the whole video and somebody else pick it for me.
Well, you attempted that in May, and we just didn't listen to it.
No.
I did it. Excuse me. I should have.
Well, in my defense, most of the things on my TBR are things I have to read for book clubs. So,
may I offer you some options?
I need to read that so bad. That one is on my TBR. I love Cassidy just pulling out all of these books that are like over 700 pages. No, man.
Read it alone.
That one, no. You know, it's sitting in there staring at me, and it's been staring at me for like 3 years.
You have to. The author responded to you, so you have to.
I will.
Cassidy, how far are you with the Course of Dragon series?
House of Always is the next one I need to read.
Okay. House of Always was my favorite.
I am hopeful for it being my favorite too. I need to put my bookshelf back together.
You're gonna go and make Pryor your buddy read, aren't you?
It might be
Priory's good, man. I love Priory.
I don't think Priory's winning. I believe Jade War will be winning that buddy read.
Apparently I haven't seen the poll.
Yes.
It's not up yet. I'm just spoiling my Patreon buddy read.
Oh.
Watch our video.
There was a poll?
There will be a poll.
Oh yeah, I guess technically that doesn't come up until tomorrow. I'm still bitter that you didn't just send me the TBR so that I could just binge it.
Well, you can binge it tomorrow.
I'm gonna be at work and I have like a million patients. We had a situation.
These things called evenings.
Yeah, I wanted to watch it with everybody else.
You want to be in for beers. You wanted to not have phone. Remember? Oh no, that was you, Cassidy, that made us leave when you had to, because you had to eat dinner.
Fine. Wait, is it at 1 my time or 12 my time?
Well, 11? I don't know what time. It's at 12 your time. 12 your time.
Oh, well, then I can watch it. Never mind. I'm less mad at you now.
It's during your lunch hour.
Never mind.
I know when your lunch hour is.
You do. You love me.
Yeah, you don't know what time zone we're in, but you know it's meal time.
You did. I'm going to put the notification on so I don't get distracted by food.
It would be, okay, we have Bobby time,
Mm-hmm.
my time, Mel's time, Rise time, UK time, and Pris time. That's how I know all time zones. If you ask me for what they're actually called, I will respond to you with what name is it?
I to be fair, I do pretend that I'm like in the UK.
I forget that you're not in BST all the time.
I know that she's an hour ahead of UK time.
I know that. I just don't.
Acronym is.
I am. With that being said, it's almost 5 a.m. here.
You should probably go to bed.
Yeah.
I'm not taking you off, but you should probably go to bed.
Shall I do one more sprint though?
I'm probably going to bed if that makes you feel better. You will not be alone. Because I'm sick
right.
and I
will go to bed. I am very tired.
Go to bed.
I don't want to, but I feel like we should.
Yeah, if you stay up too late, the sun will come up, and then the sun will be like, "You can't sleep now because brains."
Oh, I can sleep happy when the sun is up because I am a motherfucking vampire and I hate the sun.
Sandra, just sleep at the airport.
I've done this.
Yeah, when I went to Bali, we were in the Tokyo airport, and we just took a whole row of chairs and just stretched out and slept.
I fell asleep on a marble.
It's too bright. It's too bright at the airport. Go buy a sleep mask.
Yeah, or just put, like, if you have an extra sweater, like I always dress in layers, just put that over top of your head. Too bright and hot. Fair.
In my
Find it
brain would go, what if I roll over and roll off of the bench?
Well, don't be that dumb.
If you're asleep.
Your body will. I think your body knows not to fall over things.
I've still fallen off beds when I was younger, but now that I'm an adult, no.
Yeah, but you have plenty of room on a bed.
Is there aircon or AC somewhere that you can?
What kind of airport doesn't have AC?
Yeah,
No.
right? Stupid ones. That's the ones.
I'm always cold in airports.
Yeah, it's usually freezing in our airports. I hate flying though. The last couple of times. No, I take that back. The last time we flew, it was okay. It was the time before that that was not great. But then we went on a cruise and it was way worse. So next time I'm just flying.
I have another one for you.
Okay, tell me.
I'm reading that
This
this month.
is a good choice. I like this choice.
Should we do another buddy read? Because I am reading that this month.
No. I want to
Yeah,
read
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Let's not make it a buddy read.
I see. Just put another book on your TBR. It's fine.
Honestly, spoiler alert, Snakes and Ladders was very fucking nice to me.
Well, then you deserve another book on your TBR.
But y'all in the dragon video weren't. And after
I didn't do it. I did not do it. We had nothing to do with this.
One.
everyone here, if you haven't voted in my dragon vlog book, please go, but do not vote for Prairie. Vote for anything else.
Or
No
Eric.
Priory.
Oh, then you know I will vote for Priory now.
Don't for
No Priory, no Aragon.
Aragon. Because I need a third place to go up so that it can get rid of Prairie.
Wait, where do I need to vote for this?
I have a
Chris, you're not allowed because you'll vote Priory.
I have a video on 25 different books that have dragons in it, and then the top 3 I'm gonna read and vlog. That people vote. I think it's called Choose My Dragon TBR.
So where you're more than allowed to
Oh, I've
whine.
seen that. Choose. Wait, what?
It's in her YouTube. It's a video.
Yeah, just put it in the comment what you want to read. It's allowed, 100%.
I voted for like the blue one. I forgot what it was called.
Not for you. This book is such a disappointment. I have a feeling I'm gonna hate it for some of the similar reasons I hate this. I just hate standalones. Like I cannot like standalones. There's something about how they're written. Don't work for me.
I have opinion.
Wait, what am I voting for?
Not Prairie.
Not Priory.
He's gonna type in -1.
And what am I voting for again?
Any
Or,
other book. Just pick a random one. They're in the
Any
any other book.
Oh wait, I'm trying to think of what else was in there.
Waking Fire by
Like,
Anthony Ryan.
I have that now. I got it for $3.
I love that.
I can be nice, once in a
Love
while.
it. Love it. Sword of Kraken is not a series.
It's a companion to a series.
It's still counts as standalone.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, it doesn't count as a series if it's not a continuation of the story created in the book that you're referring to.
Yeah.
In some way. That's funny.
This is fair.
We do this to Rachel all the time.
I am the guinea pig for books, even though you guys will be like, I'm gonna read it anyways.
Okay, all of you hoes are leaving me, so get lost.
Dang.
Wow.
Wow.
Rude.
Okay.
I don't want to leave.
Because I'm gonna sprint again. Because I need to go drug my cat.
I'm staying, so.
Oh, Rachel, you're staying?
Yes. I can't
Rachel, I have FOMO. You have to leave too.
sleep. So you just-
Why?
Stay. I could do a short sprint and you could just stay. I need to like look this way awkwardly, so I'm looking at you.
How short are we talking?
30 minutes?
And then you have to kick me off.
Okay.
I can't stay up till 12 o'clock talking.
Okay.
Okay.
I am gonna leave though because my mind is now settled on sleep.
All right, but
You're at 5 a.m.
yeah, you
I'm
shoot.
now
I'm
peeing.
allowed to go, alright?
I'm only at 9:50, so there's time.
Airport, Sandra.
I will fly over to your airport in Stockholm and see you.
I am gonna bow out. But thank you for having
Enjoy
me.
your sleep, Chris.
Yes, it's gonna be epic. Bye.
Bye-bye. Wait, I should probably actually make sure. Can I finish this in 30 minutes?
Just put up the time.
Oh, yeah. I have 8 minutes and 24 seconds left.
Beautiful.
Peer pressure.
I'm gonna be migrating to the bed in this sprint.
Love that for you. Okay, I will see you in 30 minutes. I'm really glad no one can hear me scream when I made myself full screen.
Hey, Cassie wanted to be large and in charge tonight.
I did. You know, I already tried to kick everyone off, and then I recruited more people.
You tried to kick everyone off to finish up, or
No,
Like, leave. You're gonna leave. Just go away.
about how I keep them up all night. So I was like, leave.
It was
they
violent.
complain, but they like it.
And then they stayed for another sprint. So
Coerced.
I finished Sword of Kragen.
Ooh.
I ran it through Compile, and it got a, 1 point off from a 4-star. So I'm going to officially call it a 3.5.
Mhm.
It deserves that, because I do like a lot. But I then went up and looked up the Knight series, and it follows
I think it's middle grade, if I'm correct.
children
Yeah,
Interesting.
we get to see in this book.
yeah, but this was written as a prequel, so it was that series was popular, right, popular-ish, and then she kind of wrote this as like an adult.
But
prequel to it.
interesting, because she wrote this and then decided not to continue
Mhm.
the series, and also interesting to do a prequel for an adult series, and then
Yeah.
the other one is
Versus like the middle grade. Yeah.
Interesting choice.
That можно. Sorry, we're letting my dog out. 1 second, sorry.
our updated spreadsheet.
You know, I said I wasn't tired.
You're tired?
I started drooping, and that's Brett.
It's okay. I have Maria now to keep me company. I have
Fine.
Maria.
You feel the love.
I have a new friend.
Now I don't get after chat.
No, I was planning on sprinting a lot tonight anyway, so you and I are probably getting it.
Fair.
You're starting a new book now, though.
I am not sure what I'm starting. I'm very tempted to just start my July TBR early.
Yeah.
Because I won't I don't think, unless I pick up a thriller or something, I won't finish it tomorrow. And because I have the wedding on Thursday, I won't really read it all, especially because before and after, even though I have an hour drive, I can't listen to an audiobook for those, because before I'm thinking through everything I need to do for the day, and then after I'm just half the time I sit in silence because I'm just
Brain
talking
dead.
for 12 hours.
Yeah.
Just silence, or if I'm tired, it's AC and loud music.
Yeah.
Decompress
You could
time.
do one of the horrors that didn't win.
You keep telling me to do those, and I keep not doing them.
Then start your July TBR early, and don't worry about it.
So
Hear me out. I feel like if it's done by July, that counts, right? Technically.
I'm just kind of worried that the one I want to start, I'm going to end up binge reading and then read all tomorrow and not finish.
Goddamn, I keep picking books so I could be like, you could read this book, but they're all middle grade.
No. What book are you wanting to start?
Jade War.
Oh.
You can read
I think you'll binge that in one day.
Yes, because I have the audio, and the last one I audio and read along, but I think that I'm enough into things this time that I will probably end up just listening to the audio while I edit photos tomorrow, which gives me a good 10 hours of audio time, and then I'll read the night.
If you start it, I'll tell you when to stop if you don't have time to binge the whole thing, because once you hit a certain point, you can't stop.
Oh, it's good to know.
Yeah.
You can also read The Sheep Farmer's Daughter by Elizabeth Moon.
Crap, I'm trying to think where Jade City ended.
You can private chat it. We've all read it now.
Yeah, but I'm afraid I'll spoil Jade War.
I can private chat
Nobody
it.
tell me where Jade City ended.
I remember where Jade City
But you could also do that because I've also read Jade War.
But Cassidy hasn't.
Yeah, but Cassidy hasn't.
Cassie also doesn't care.
Yeah, but I'm trying to remember which book this happened in, and it's a big thing.
You can message me on Discord. I should remember big things for folks.
Trying to figure out what
hard.
I'm trying to figure out what
where Jade City ended. I just remember when I was in my Patreon live show for it, Kathleen did realize like she had to ask us where it ended because there's something that happens in Jade War that she thought happened in Jade City. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's also what Mel's thinking about.
Probably, yeah.
It ends with
Um,
Aiden doing things.
Yeah.
oh yeah, Andon kind of ends around there, right?
Okay.
I mean, that can mean a
So-
lot of things, but
And I mean, I remember the one major thing that I'm thinking of, I know was at the end of Jade War because it's a big plot point for Jade Legacy. But the one little thing, it's not little, but like morally gray thing. I can't remember which one.
oh,
Have-
that's Jade War. That's 100%.
It's Jade War. Okay, I'm glad I didn't say anything.
you
then.
already told me that was Jade War.
Okay, that's not what I was thinking about.
The big thing, Aiden also doing the thingy.
Because I remember talking to you, Mel, and I was like, it's not morally great enough. And you're like, oh, it gets there in the next book.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
Early
I
on.
don't remember exactly when that happened.
It's
Does
early
that-
on, I think that's why.
is it in
Okay.
Kilo?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that thing.
What thing were you talking about, Rachel, with Andon?
The big thing at the end where it's a movie production.
Ah,
I think that's the third.
I think that's the third book.
I haven't read the third book.
Then it must be the second.
It must be.
Yeah.
It's not
Well,
a movie,
later on.
it's not a movie production. It's the scam and Aiden.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I
Pretty
think
sure that's too.
that Sword of Kaigen definitely still I would count as a standalone, but I was quite annoyed that there's a giant plot point that is set up.
I
And then
wanted a
stop.
sequel.
I wanted that expanded.
Maybe she was planning to write a sequel and then just decided not to.
I mean, she might, I guess, in future.
Mhm.
But
I'd read it.
I'm wondering if that plot point goes into the series.
Maybe.
Since
I
it is
remember looking it up, and I think a little bit, but not in a big way. Is
'Cause I
what
was
I think they said.
oh, we're setting up a cool plot point. This book should have been a duology, like,
Mm-hmm.
and then we don't even get any ending to
Yeah.
that plot point. And I'm just like,
So you're talking about the like world thing, right? Like she sets up kind of what the role of that place is in the world scheme. Is that what you're talking about? Because there's like the last 5 pages, what they set up are literally just to then go into the Theonite thing. So okay, I think that actually is in the Theonite. I think that like the last 5 pages, the very bit that everyone says this feels super random, is there because she was trying to then connect it to like.
this happens in the last 100 pages.
I think that.
So
I think that, yeah.
But I think it must be a connection to the new series. But then it's like I've never heard it talked about that it's more than just a standalone. Like it is a standalone, but it's yeah.
yeah, I've not heard the best things about that series in general.
Well, she's not continuing it.
Yeah,
Is
The
it
young
indie
one.
too? The
What?
middle grade series, is it indie too?
yes.
Yeah.
I think it's actually YA versus middle grade, but it could be both.
Oh, okay. I feel like I've heard it as middle grade.
I have no idea.
I was
Even
confused
though it existed.
and it went like other books in this series, and then I realized the series is called Theonite, and then this is a Theonite war story, so I kind of realized they were connected somehow.
It's a weird choice though, because it feels like the audiences would like either you go to sort of
Other
Kaigen
way.
and you can't read
Yeah.
that series, or you won't, or
This-
like vice versa.
This
Yeah.
could have been like a labor of love project that she wanted to connect,
Mm-hmm.
and this one actually became famous.
Maybe.
It did.
I think
so
she wanted to like tell Misaki's story, probably as a writer.
she probably was like in love with, because that's who it is. Like she is the protagonist.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
Yeah.
And like I was tempted to read the other ones, but then I didn't hear the best things, and I heard it was like a younger age range. And I'm like,
Me.
So, have you read Sword of Kaigen, Rachel?
yeah, like a year ago.
What did you think of? I was asking Cass, like, what do you think of it compared to other self-pubs? Because other than Swordman's Lament, that's the only one that I think I've read that's like a self-pub indie book.
Well, my favorite series of all time is Self Pub. So
Cradle, right?
yeah, Cradle.
Rachel's living her best life in July.
But though I do think Cradle is one of those like Diamond in the Rough series. It's really popular in mainstream indie kind of. I did really enjoy Illborn. Illborn is one of those that didn't rate as highly, but it's still it's coming back into me and Katsy's mind. Like,
But like, how do you compare it? Like I was saying, like it has a better writing style, definitely, than a lot of indies do. Like I think No Man's of the Sea has a similar, like well fleshed out writing style. So a lot of indies don't because they're missing that intense editing.
That's like the impression I have, but I also haven't read anything to prove that. But I want to
Even
know.
in the 30% I read, though, I felt like the dialogue was not great.
Mm.
And that's something that I tend to see a lot more in indies is a more not formal writing style or dialogue, but not as natural sounding, if that makes sense. But I was also listening from the very beginning and I did not notice it as much as we went on a little bit. So I think maybe that was just like her kind of getting her footing, and then it got a lot better because I didn't notice it by the time I got to
Yeah,
about
that's interesting.
20%.
I felt like the dialogue was perfect. Like
It was only in the boys part at the very, very beginning that I noticed it. And once we got to the mom's point of view and then went back to the boys, I didn't notice it anymore.
Interesting.
I think Illborn also, I like the Illborn's like writing style. I think most indies you can cut like 100 pages out of.
Yeah. They're missing that like polishing a little bit, like this cutting down the mess.
They are great. Like, definitely read some great ones, but I've also like you can read adult books that don't have that polishing too, like traditional books.
True.
Like I will knock you down on writing if I notice if it's awkward. Because I'm like, if the dyslexic one can notice that your writing is awkward,
Well, like take for example too, you'll usually see, especially if it's a series, the very first one is not quite to par of what you would normally in writing style for a self or a traditional published, but like of Blood and Fire, I feel like it's a good example of this. The first book was kind of clunky in the writing style. It was really formal, a little stilted. And then by the time you got to the end and then went into that prequel that was written after, it's like a completely different person wrote the book. And it gets so much better. It's like they have to kind of
get their groove going.
Yeah.
I feel like that happens with like regularly published.
Oh,
books.
definitely.
Yeah. Where like the first book is a bit, and then you give the second one, you're like, this is such a step up.
Very clearly can see it in a lot of indie books.
yeah,
Dialogue. But I didn't feel like Sword of Kagan had that dialogue throughout the whole book. I felt like she had a handle on her writing style.
I agree.
Because she has 2 other books out that are indie, right? Like
With Swordman's Intent, I thought that like it felt a bit like play acting. And that's where I got a little worried about like would indie self-pub be kind of for me, but then it got a lot better with like Lament too.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you'd read Limit.
Yeah. So I'm kind of curious which one he wrote first in that sense, probably Intent.
I would be careful with like putting them all in the same box just because you just gotta try it and go with it because they're all different.
Yeah.
Same way
dipping my toes in.
Yeah, it's the same with traditional. It's just that traditional are so like, at least I will say like when you go to read a traditional book, even if you haven't seen anyone read it, but it's in a bookstore, you buy it and you know it's been vetted by so many people. You're like it's like a little less hit and miss for me, but with indie it's definitely hit and miss because so many are not read. But if you do popular indie, it's a little bit better. So like,
yeah,
a lot of those have been republished too. So like take for example KJ Sutton's. She has put out multiple versions in the Kindle updates as she's finding spelling errors and issues with it. It's updating that Kindle version every time your Kindle updates. And so she'll go back and say, well, if you're seeing all these errors, you need to update and refresh to the newer version.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
Like I think this one will be really good. I haven't read it yet.
So too, yeah.
Very popular in indie.
I'm excited for that one.
Yeah, like the Will Whites, the Zach Argyles, the Rob J. Hayes, like the popular names and stuff.
I just find a lot of times self-pub will, like Rachel said, it'll be a little longer sometimes than necessary. And there might be plot holes that you would normally see corrected in book 1 because they've been read by so many people, corrected in book 2 after they've been read by so many people, if that makes sense.
I give like a little retconning. But a lot of books traditionally published are now indie published are now getting picked up by like Orbit, Tor, Orbit more so, but Tor has picked up at least 2.
Once they're kind of successful, right?
Yeah, and we're seeing, I think, a change in thinking about self-pub. At some point, people just thought if you self-pubbed, you were bad, like you couldn't get into it. And now, definitely a change of thinking. And also with social media and Amazon, it's changed the self-pub industry because you don't need a bookstore or anything. Books. Amazon prints them for you and sends them. And with social media, you can market them. Like
I think the bit.
I don't know if it's a change in the people I follow this year or if it's that people are talking more about it on BookTube, but I do feel like there's more of a like SBFBO kind of discussion going on now.
It just gives you so many more options too. Like there's only so much space in a bookstore. Like the internet is like all
so much things that they'll throw money at versus other kind of more experimental stuff.
Admittedly, I go on Reddit a lot, so I get a lot of different views than on BookTube. And then I'll just be like, hello, I will filter my views up to you guys.
Thank you. Reddit and I don't get along.
Yeah, this is the first year I've really followed SBFBO, but I have noticed too a lot of people talking about it. I mean, I think I have definitely changed my space a little bit because I'm actively searching out people who were also following SBFBO, and like I hang out in Danish reads, Danish books.
Danish
reads, I think. Yeah,
I think it's reads. You really second guess yourself.
A lot more.
We're both like
because all the self-pub love in there and stuff, and in the end. So I'm following a lot more, but I also just think in general I've seen so many like bigger booktubers talk more.
I mean, like the fantasy romance has always been more in the self-pub space.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Even just romance in general, I feel like it definitely started there and got its foothold, and then fantasy slowly starting to creep in.
Then my Kindle always thinks I want to read romance. I'm like, Kindle?
You do though, Rachel. You know you want to read more Kate Robert.
My dark romance specifically.
Always gives me fantasy now.
You need the tentacle smut in your life. You know you do.
No, I need the succubus smut. Thank you very much. I'm looking for the good lesbian monster porn, but we can't get any, can we?
No.
You find it, right?
Eventually.
You want the dyslexic one to write a book.
Yes.
We'll be your editors.
100%.
You haven't seen how dramatic I am.
Love it. Love it. That's what romance is. It's drama.
Yeah, you gotta like really play into it if you're gonna do it.
Is this the title of a book?
I'm guessing. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Using plants. See, you got to build the drama.
Just
Cassidy's all good and has her overhead on her. I'm like, screw it, y'all are getting the lamp.
I mean, you're in my office, so you get out.
I don't have a lamp.
You should get a lamp. It's good stuff.
I don't need one. I don't use it.
Did you sit in the dark? What do you mean you don't have a lamp? Oh, the ceiling light.
Yeah, like I have a ceiling light.
My ceiling light is like,
And then like, if I really cared, I'd just put my ring light instead of the ceiling.
There's a lamp.
I don't know.
I technically have a lamp, I guess, but I don't use it. And I used to have fairy lights, but they burned out.
I have to see this odd angle because the glasses are reflecting everything.
Yeah.
Whatever.
The struggle.
I don't know.
Don't have to turn on your computer, or else because we'll see it.
Or I'll see it. No glasses, Rachel, who looks very. My eyes are real small.
That's the problem I have.
You'll need to figure out what I'm reading for summer self-pub, guys.
I'm gonna wing it.
You know, the book you picked out first literally worked for your name.
It did. I've been struggling with that for how long? I picked it up in the YouTube video. I was like, CASS, and I was just trying to do it so people got the vibe, and I was like, oh, I can spell my whole name on this.
Perfect.
I had to resort to my Russian nickname because it wasn't working. Maria's harder than I thought.
It's a lot of letters.
As admittedly, you're not submitting anything, so
True.
Rachel's like,
Weird thing. Rachel, am I
Yeah.
allowed to count it as a 500-page book if I read a 300 and a 200-something page, like 2 books? But in that, I've read the 500 pages.
that might be stretching it.
No.
I can read a massive book for you.
But I like the stretch.
Yeah.
I like the stretch.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my
also
physical
yeah.
TBR ones off.
And it was like, just 500 if you can, but otherwise a massive book for you.
I said 500 because people like numbers. So I was just like, also indie tends to be long, so I didn't think that would be too hard.
I
A
think
lot
I'm
of
doing
indie, though, sometimes are
Paladin's
shorter.
Grace.
What?
Oh, no, go ahead, Mel.
Sorry, I was just saying a lot of indie are shorter because Amazon charges them more, I think,
You know
for
what?
longer books.
You all say that indie are huge. I have so many indie that are small.
That's what I'm saying. I think that they're smaller because Amazon charges them for higher page count.
But
Isn't that what happened to Atlas 6? They like cut out a bunch and then they're adding it back in now that it's
Yeah, which really irritates me because now I have to read the new version because she wrote the sequel off of the new version, not off of the old one.
Agreed.
And it's annoying.
It
but I
was
think it's for that reason specifically.
priority list this year until that happened, and now I'm unsure if I'm ever even going to read it.
I can hold it.
I'll read it. It's one of those that was, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. It has good bones, but the writing style is very pretentious.
I will never know.
Also, indie romance is still indie and self-pub.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
not about reading fantasy.
I said that, but you can do whatever. I won't know.
I mean, I didn't say it in mine.
I didn't either.
I think I said it in the the takeover video, but
Reading fantasy. But yeah, like it's all about reading indie books and just like having love to those. So
and having fun. Just actually read indie.
Showcase.
I'm excited.
And if you're having a hard time trying to find indie, what I normally do is I find the publisher, which is normally on Amazon. They have like go to your edition and it has the like the publisher there, and I take that publisher and Google it. And normally on their wiki page, if they have one, or on their about page, they'll say imprint of so and so.
I Google until someone in another review told me it was indie or self-pub.
Yeah.
I'm really not sure there's a channel now too.
Yeah.
Look, I mostly read self-pub, so it just says their name instead of a publisher most of the time. But
Sometimes though they'll have like their own publisher that they created to make it look less
It will.
indie.
Like Will White has his own publishing house, but he only publishes his books.
His books, yeah.
Mhm.
Like he's employed an entire family in this publishing house.
I love that.
Like, but it's like Will White is Hidden Gnome.
Round up, we won't know.
Yeah, we won't know. Just have fun. Read indie.
I made a graphic so people could put on Instagram, but you don't have to use it or don't tell me because I didn't also make a Google form because I didn't think that would be too much work.
Also, to be honest, if you tell me, I don't care.
Don't ask
Being
me.
a big indie.
But if you ask me a question and I say don't do it, I wouldn't count that. That's different.
This is fair.
Don't ask. Ask for forgiveness, not permission. That's what Rachel's saying.
Yeah.
Are you giving us something at the end of the scavenger hunt? Do we get like a Rachel cameo video or like
Oh.
That would
No
be
prize?
so, a follow-up video for the wrap-up.
Is the final video with you taking me to jail first?
I want a prize at the end of the scavenger hunt?
This is fair.
We're trying to find out your identity. I mean,
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I gave
we'll
it
have an identity reveal.
clues.
Apparently I scared a lot of people.
Did you with the hacking?
Uh-huh. Everyone was like, that actually scared me. And I was like, oh, sorry.
I watched it a few times, mainly because I thought I watched it a few times but skipped through my portion because I was like, I know what I say.
I love that. I was like trying to make yours look like grainy and like I was trying to put so many effects on it. this is not working. It took me so long to figure
The
out. But
acting was A+.
It probably didn't help I cut off my sentence midway because I wanted to seem like you were cutting me off.
No, I cut your sentence off even more than you did. I was like, I need this to be like real cut off, not fake cut off.
Like Cassidy did more editing on your video than I did. I was just trying to find a time of day where I could walk outside in the sun and not die.
I was loving the stroll. I was like, we're going on a walk with Mel.
At first, I was like, why are we going outside for a TBR video? Like, why are you counting this like a vlog? And I knew what you were doing. That's the funny thing is I was like, we're on a TBR vlog? This is different.
You
And the dedication of like writing it all out. Love it.
I did. I was like, Rachel, send me that graphic again. I gotta write this down.
Yeah, I have the graphics everywhere now. Mel has it.
It's out in the world.
It's on my disc. It's on the thread of information graphics.
It was fun to film. I had a good time.
Yeah, it was fun.
You know, I meant serve instead of sever for the candle one, but we'll never talk about that. I serve by being devoured.
This makes way more sense. I was very confused by that.
My brain, no, I wrote serve. And then I scratched it out because I was like, that's not what that says. Never even thought about it. And I've read Poe and I still didn't think about it.
I mean, it still kind of made sense. Like, I end by being devoured. A candle does end when it runs out of candles.
I will say, not all of them are based on Poe. It's just the last one because my username is Argent Rave, and Rave is German is Raven.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, Mel said that in her video, and I was like, oh, was I supposed to say that? I did not say that.
Only the last one is because I was like Raven. Yeah.
You're very unofficial about it. We just like threw things together and it worked. It was great.
It was fun that they were different though. It worked.
I screwed up the dates. It says the 23rd in the video, so I quickly edited the.
And then I had to go re-edit the graphic.
Yeah,
I think I said a different date too because I'd already filmed it by the time you told me that, and I was like,
I said the 24th.
Yeah, so it's an 8-day long readathon by accident.
That's all good. More time.
It's Saturday to Sunday.
Honestly, I even think in my video I may have said that we're reading Indie the whole month, the scavenger hunt's just the last week.
You did.
You did. I was like, what?
I made it a month-long readathon.
I was like, oh, is that a thing? Because I didn't know that was a thing. I'm not reading any indie besides that week. You know, I think it is. I'm pretty sure this is.
Yeah. You
know,
know,
it's actually been picked up, I think, but that's beside the point.
If it's picked up like soon as an early aside to count it. It's not like Senlin Ascends, which has been picked up for a really long time.
Rage of Dragons type stuff.
That was that indie or self-pub?
Yeah, it was self-pub, I think.
Like Malice. I wouldn't count Malice at this point.
I don't
Malice. Oh, okay, you're blowing my mind here.
Says that, and now I'm so confused because I cannot
any evidence of it.
I thought it was, but maybe I just heard that and ran with it.
Because
I ran with it when you told me it, so now the whole world thinks it.
Because the Grey Bastards, Senlin Ascends, Shadow Witch is Lost, Rage of Dragons, Theft of Swords.
Oh, Theft of Swords makes sense. I did know that one.
I think the Bitch Queen Chronicles.
I didn't know that one.
Someone told me the Wolf of Oranyaro.
That's the Bitch Queen
Bobby
Chronicles.
said that.
I'm just looking at my shelves back there.
David Dalglish was originally self-pubbed once upon a time.
But Shadow of What Was Lost and potentially Malice and what was the other?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't quote me on the Malice thing because I think I just heard that somewhere. So
yeah. But Stuff of the Swords is also kind of self-pub. Because the other books in the series, like the overarching series, are still self-pub.
Yeah, I need to give that a try again. I DNF'd it.
Was it all of David Dalglish's, or just which series was it of his?
It's one of his starting ones, but it was eventually picked up. Like he just started self-pubbed.
Mm-hmm.
To answer that question down there, it depends how early it was picked up, like how late it's picked up. If it was picked up in the last year or so, I would count it. But if it's later than that,
Like Legends of Lattes would count, but
Yeah.
Shadow of What Was Lost wouldn't.
Yeah, if it's the way it's like if it was influenced by the publisher's marketing, and had that type of advantage and resources.
Yeah, I would assume that for most people, if it's been traditionally published long enough, they wouldn't know it was indie to start with.
Yeah.
I think
mean,
the only one that you would is
everybody.
like Rage of Dragons is very actively talked about as a
Mhm.
self-dubbed originally book.
I did
Yeah.
not know this either. This is
Wow.
literally blowing my mind.
I had the original hardcover like before it was.
That's cool.
I think I'll have to double check that. I may not have.
I haven't even seen the photos about it.
If it
Fenland
were,
for me is really cool because it was in the SPFBO as a finalist, and Mark Lawrence said, "Hey, look, traditional publishers, you need to publish this," and he got it published.
yeah, send
Such a
one.
weird book.
That's
Yeah,
weird.
I won't read it, but
You would hate it.
I would.
I like the series, didn't like the ending as much, but it's very. The
I think
ending-
I would like the later books better than the first one.
Yeah.
The first one has no plot.
Aragon, technically, I would say would be indie because his parents published it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one
cool.
was big that came up.
Forgot about that.
I mean, a lot of them come up to as like technically lots of Stephen King originally were just posted on blog sites and stuff. Like it's interesting how many authors have started out doing things themselves.
And you used to be able to say like if it's in a bookstore, it's not indie. But now, I mean, Barnes and Noble is like shelving Touch of Darkness, and that's not been picked up to my knowledge.
That's really cool.
Well, the popularity and the influencing of in social media marketing.
Man, TikTok.
Yeah.
TikTok.
TikTok.
And
Yeah.
COVID. I was saying to my mom actually, like I always knew readers and I've always read, but I've noticed a lot more people think reading is cool again.
Yep.
Because we had nothing else to do. So like I know a lot of people who picked up reading during COVID because they were so sick of watching TV all day.
They baked their bread and then they moved on to reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like a lot of Orbit books in general have been picked up.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool that Orbit does that.
Yeah, recently they acquired Combat Codes, like I've said with that, by and Alexander Darwin.
Yeah.
Is Case of the Wild at all indie? I feel like that one looks like it would be.
I don't know.
It does have that vibe, but
It does, but I don't know.
I don't think it does. I think he's a bigger author. He retweeted. He liked my tweet with his book.
A lot of like Nicholas Ames and like
Followed me.
stuff, like they retweet each other a lot.
David Dalglish retweeted it. And he watched it, which was kind of cool. Also kind of scary because he tweeted me back and said, I hope it gets that 4-star prediction.
Cool.
And I was like, ugh, this is terrifying, but thanks.
I
They're
think
so present.
I think Master of Sorrows is also indie because the Blackstone it's a small press, I believe.
Wait, say that again.
Blackstone publishing a Master of Sorrows.
Black Coast isn't, right?
Oh,
No, that's Solaris, which is owned by
I don't know.
Simon and Schuster, I believe.
Makes sense.
I track my publishers and then my parent company as well because I'm a nerd.
I always go to Rachel because I have no clue. I
Yeah.
don't even know what the big 5 are half the time.
No, I have to look that up usually.
I looked it up, and every list had like one that was slightly different. So there's like
So-
usually 4 common, and then one that's just
So
very
there's Penguin and there's Random House, but they're the same company because they bought each other out or something. So it's Penguin Random House.
Mhm,
The UK is also slightly different because I believe Bloomsbury
mhm.
is a bigger publisher there, but I'm using the US ones right now. And comics are weird as well because they also fall into the big 5 as well sometimes. I don't. If you go to Wikipedia, it says distributed by Simon and Schuster. I don't count that as indie because they have the resources used by them.
See, Blackstone is not one of the big 5, but I would never have considered them indie until you said that. Because they're
Yeah.
publishing like Catherine Ryan Howard, PC Cast.
Some big names.
There's some big names on that.
Yeah, I just didn't.
They're like About Us page.
I could be wrong though. I
They're
don't.
not an imprint of anything though.
Yeah.
I mean, the big 5 have not bought out all the big ones yet, right? I think it will happen one day where we'll pretty much have
Mm-hmm. 5.
three
Is Source
publishers.
Books under anybody yet?
Nope. They're the largest indie publisher. That's what they say on their website.
Interesting. I mean,
It
I
is
pretty
really
much
indie.
Orbit and Tor, and then some Harper Voyager, and then some random ones every once in a while. But
Yeah,
my
I
shelves
know.
are
I know Orbit and Tor by heart. It's Orbit is Hachette and Tor is Macmillan.
I feel like I know Orbit more than I hear Hachette, so that like some of them
same.
seem like they would be the bigger umbrella.
Also, if you're listening to the audio, they mostly say the publisher, like the parent publisher at the end, like Hachette Audio versus
They do actually. I didn't even realize.
Yeah,
that.
that's a good point.
like Macmillan Audio or books. Did Tantor sometimes is a little bit iffy.
Yeah. Looking at my shelves, pretty much all Orbit, Tor, and I think Harper Voyager. I have a decent amount of.
I have Ace books a lot. I have a lot of Ace books.
What is Daevabad?
I think it's Tor.
They don't have anything on the side that I can see.
Hey, Anthony Ryan is Ace. I was like, do I own a single Ace?
Prince of Thorns is Ace. Yeah, I know that. Just said that.
Nice.
You can't see the thing on it. Also, I realized it probably won't have that thing on it since it's from the Broken Binding. Did you guys see that the
announcement?
The Dandelion Dynasty again, a new cover, same stenciled edges?
Yes, because it's the edges I really, really wanted. I'm actually kind of excited about the new.
Wait, did they post a photo?
No.
Oh, they just talked about the announcement.
They don't even have, I don't think, the cover art.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Just Library of a Viking posted about it.
Okay.
I'm gonna annoy the crap out of him for probably coming up.
I thought I needed to go
give
stop
me
Twitter.
details. We're friends. Please give me details.
I don't think he even had details. I think
No,
it was
at
just
this point.
hey.
There's a Google form in his video. There's a Google form that you have to like sign up your interest,
I did
register
that.
your interest for.
Oh, I need to do that because I didn't
I
watch the
need to
video.
read
I just
the book to know if I like it before.
Yes.
That's a good point. By the way, it's Harper Voyager.
Cool. Good to know.
Yes, black, white, and gray can be colors.
Silver, jade.
Any of them.
Make it work. Make it work for you.
Cerulean.
It's a
Oh
color.
crap! I just lost his name. What's his name? Tim.
Library of a Viking?
No.
Who are we
Like,
talking about?
it's not him.
Who are we talking about?
Tim Gunn. Make it work.
Oh.
But
I'm tired. Leave me alone.
We've been talking for a really long time.
yeah, we were talking got into indie books.
We're down a rabbit hole.
I'm thinking about rearranging my shelves again, even though I just did.
Yeah, but you rearranged and then you unpacked like 50
Yeah.
books and now you have to rearrange again.
I have more birthday books that have came since then too. I have 6 new books.
Nice.
I'm guilty of one.
I love it.
So I was thinking of maybe trying to figure out an Orbit shelf and maybe a Tor shelf. But
We
then
were so unhelpful with the Patreon, so
I'm still
I
trying to
think
do
arranging
this
again.
Orbit shelf, but there's also like some Tor in there because they're the same size.
that's the thing.
I'm
I
this
just like the
heathen that just does mine by genre and then alphabet, regardless of their publisher or how tall they are.
It's size. Size gets me the most. I love when shelves just all are even.
Except for my Hob shelf, because literally, if that series does not fit perfectly on one shelf, I'm going to be so mad.
I need
It's
size.
going to be one book off if it won't fit.
See, series does trump size.
Agreed.
Because, like,
Yes.
look at that awkward mess over there of the Ryer. That pisses me off.
Why is that book such a weird?
It's still Ray. Del Rey does that a lot. That's their.
It's like a UK mass market size. It's skinny.
Yeah, it's skinny and tall.
it's
The
weird.
Codex Aleras are like that too, which is
Oh, yeah.
weird.
Over there.
What was the one that you got, Cassidy? That was that weird shade.
Age of Myth. That's the one we're talking
Okay,
about.
that's
Yeah,
the one. Okay. I don't think I'd ever seen one like that.
it's
So
Deceptive
weird.
Swords is the same.
Yeah, it's like tall and slim.
I'm like, why not make all of the whole?
There are multiple publishers.
it's like 3 different publishers for that.
That's annoying.
Mhm.
So like
Collaborate, people. Send each other measurements.
Yeah, right. Why can we not have standard sizes?
Honestly, it really annoys me. My rune book is just a centimeter taller, probably less than a centimeter, than Malice, Valor, and Wrath. And I'm like, why? I bought it at the same bookstore, Orbit. Let's not even talk about the Great Coat series that I will probably at one point unhaul just because they're different sizes. And it
That's stupid.
drives me insane because I want all my series to be together. But I also want height to be together. And every time I put Great Coats on a shelf, I get really angry at it.
Yeah.
So like, the first 3 books of Age of Myth is Del Rey. The last 3 books are self-published. The Rhaenyra Revelations are all by Orbit. The first 2 books of the Rhaenyra Chronicles are by Orbit. The last 2 are by self-published.
Oh my god,
But
that's
it's, then it's like they're just doing it on purpose to be like weird, different. Just
No, I think his
same size, do different covers.
I think his contract ran out for these publishers, and he didn't want to re-up the contract, so he just said, "Screw it, I'm writing these books anyways."
always
It's not
scary.
like a uniform though. I don't know.
Yeah, like I would probably like try and yell at them. Like my other books are this size.
Drives me crazy. Or like the Jim Butcher series, because Stormfront has come out in like 7 different editions, but they'll do like the first 3 just to get people excited about new covers, and then they don't care and never finish publishing them. And I'm like,
don't get me started on
series changes.
Freaking Expanse. Those first 3 better come out in like that edition.
Hopefully one day they will.
I won't rebuy them, but it still irritates me.
So annoying.
Self-pub currently is the most annoying for me because there's no consistent sizing with them.
There's no consistent sizing in series. My Cradle series are all like
Really?
yes,
Really?
yeah. It's not level at all.
Even
That's
within
so
one
annoying.
author.
Yeah, it's Amazon because Amazon is the one binding them.
Even like, I mean, my Chorus of Dragon series is the best. The tour thing is in the exact same place. The writing is in the same place. They have a little thingy up top, the animal in the same place. Like,
It looks so
why
visually nice.
like this?
Tor is very very methodical with their spines.
I love it.
As it should be.
Although it drives me insane that the Way of Kings reads down, but Words of Radiance reads horizontal.
It
You
used to
can
read
buy them now. They fixed it.
Yeah.
That the Way of Kings reads horizontal, or that Words of Radiance?
Yeah, they fixed it.
Yeah.
They have they're all
vertical.
this way. Yeah.
When did they fix that?
It's been recently, I think, like within the last year.
Last 2 years.
I didn't read By the Way of Kings that long ago.
Yeah, but if you're like your bookstore, Amazon hadn't, they'll put the other ones out first.
Annoying.
It is annoying because mine's like that too, and it drives me insane.
Same with
And mine's a hardcover.
They look
that is so much better. Well, I want to say it's so much better, but actually, I would prefer it to be the other way. But like, it is so much better that they match.
at least consistent.
I was like so confused. I hate that they do this on like publishers and stuff where like they have a different cover showing.
Oh.
Send you an old cover because this cover got redone.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Half
the time I'll send it back because I'm like, that was not what you represented to me. And I'll go find the cover I want.
It's an indie book. I'm not going to do that.
Well, no, but I mean, like if it's, for example, when I was trying to find the Diviners series, they sent me the wrong cover. And I was like, this series is a mess of covers anyway. No.
Interesting. Like I know on Book Depository, they specifically say that you're agreeing to the fact that they could send you any cover.
Yeah, but
I would send it
Amazon
back
was
too.
just like, just send it back. We don't care.
Amazon don't give 2 fucks.
No, yeah. As a matter of fact, I don't even think they had me send it back. They would just donate it. We don't care.
So the worst offense
So I kept it.
Tempt me. Do not tempt me. I will.
I bought the hardcovers and they all match size wise. It's just that the first looks not as nice because it has a weird oldish design.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta go to bed. I
I
got to go
probably
do the work thing
forget.
tomorrow.
So
Nice.
Work thing.
bye, Mel.
Bye. Y'all have a good
Bye.
night.
See you at noon.
See you at noon.
What are you doing at noon?
She's coming
First
to
PPR premiere.
Oh yeah.
So I don't get distracted with food.
I'll be distracted. No, I'm writing a report.
Okay.
Okay, leave
I-
before we go on a spiral.
Right now.
I was about to ask Rachel. She was leaving too.
I was just gonna say we didn't say bye to Rachel. Whoops.
Do you want to do a 30 or a 45? I can do either.
40. Split the difference.
Let's do 40. I like the way you're thinking. What are you reading?
Ugh, fool's errand. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I just want to get to things that I want to read more, so I'm annoyed at it. Like I want to read Words of Radiance, which I'm 600 pages into, but that deadline is like later. And I want to start Malice.
I'm interested to hear your thoughts because the biggest complaint with this trilogy, it's the most loved one, is that Fool's Errand feels very like different than the other two.
But I don't see that so far.
So like we follow, I don't want to spoil anything, we just follow a plot line. It's like more like a standalone than a trilogy.
Yeah, send where I'm at. I'm at like 57%, so I feel like I'm pretty into. Is that what we're following?
Yeah.
I like that plot line. I like the mystery of it.
And like I'm still missing something I really wanted from the series after reading that trilogy that I was expecting to get in that trilogy, which I think is why it's my least favorite.
If I feel meh about the first one, do I try the second one? Or do I pull the plug here? Because I wanted to at least get to Tawny Man to see if it's like later felt better for me than just like the first trilogy. But I feel like I'm at the point where I might just tell Kristen that I don't know.
Come back to me
don't
with
know.
your thoughts. Yes, I will get Maria's YouTube channel for you. Come back to me with your thoughts when you're done, because I think it depends on what your complaints are for this one,
Okay.
if that makes sense. Like, I know your username off by heart right now, but it's always really hard to find. This is also
Well, I
why
sent you 3,000 to choose from today, so now it's probably all in your mind.
I don't know why, but yours never comes up for me, which is also why I think you should change it.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna change it. I think I just outgrown it. So
So I need to go find it in my subscriptions, which is going to be hard because I've subscribed to too many people. I'm just searching. Where the frick are you? What the frick?
I think one I posted a week ago. It's T-Books Magic is the channel for Ream. I probably could just link it in comments. Can I
got
link
it.
in comments?
I got
Okay.
You were hidden.
I like to keep a mystery.
This is Maria's channel. I have no idea. Essentially, however long I feel like it. I'm gonna watch some YouTube in the sprint.
Fun.
I'm watching. Jade gave her patrons early access to her
I
PBRs.
watched it. Finn is really, really cute in it.
And it's pretty adorable. Adorable. Okay, I will see you in 40 minutes.
Sounds good.
Hello.
Hello.
How did that go for you?
I think 2 chapters. They're long. So
They're long ones.
mhm.
I am watching Sword of Kaigen reviews.
Nice. Are you potentially gonna do a combo again?
I kind of want to, but then like at the same time, that video is my worst performing video ever, which like shouldn't really matter. But then it sucks when you put so much work into a video and it gets 200 views, where like I typically get 1,000 views, so it's like
It looked like so much work, but honestly, that makes me so sad because that like reminded me of what I love about BookTube.
like so we'll see. I think it also depends if like, because I didn't really plan on doing that. I just started watching. I think I watched Leanne's review
Mhm.
and just started talking. Like I was just like almost talking back to
Good
her.
words.
Oh, and so then it just kind of happened. So like currently I'm watching Elliot Brooks's, but I don't really feel that way about it. And maybe it's because I didn't connect to Sword of Kaigen at all.
Mhm.
I think I want to do more discussion videos in the future. I also think what could help is if they're more predominant. Like Jade City is very old now.
Yeah.
But,
Fair.
so we'll see if I just like keep watching. I've technically watched. I watched Daniel Green's about halfway through reading, and now I'm watching Elliot Brooks's, and I just feel like I don't have that much to talk about with it.
I don't think Stephanie Bookish did a review, but she did a vlog on it.
I could watch that. Because I don't know. So we'll see. Pretty much the hardest part of that is like editing, but you could get better at it if you like actually like mark down. Like so I essentially watched all these vlogs and then had to go back later and rewatch them to like clip the clips I needed for it. So like if I was just smart and I was while watching was like, oh, they said this here and I'm probably gonna want to use it. And like actually wrote like 10 minutes to 11:30. 50 pages of Guild, Glint, watching some friends booktube, 8 pages because of distractions. Yeah, we'll see. It depends, I guess. It really just depends on things. I'll watch Murphy's. Murphy always has good things because I love that she does. Oh, is Maria frozen? I think Maria is frozen, but let me know if it's me. um. Okay, it's Maria. She's restarting. You know what's funny is we both freeze so often that in the private chat we're sitting here like, are you frozen or am I frozen? Because often it's like you freeze on like the other person freezes when you're frozen, but you can still see yourself move. Cass, you're good. It's not you. She's frozen. So we were texting each other in the private chat, like, which one of us are frozen? She did look like she was listening intently. I didn't even realize she's frozen for a bit. Whew. Some of y'all are going crazy for Questathon. Aw, new avatars are so cute. Can't figure it out for the life of me. Whose should I read? Who should I watch? You'll have to let me know your thoughts on Guild. I've read it, so let me know when you're done. When you're done.
Hello, I'm back.
That was funny.
I thought it would be because my internet. But
Have you got my internet? I'm always frozen.
True. I feel like yours unfreezes though, whereas mine just, unless I restart, it's gone.
Normally I'm pretty good. I'm home alone right now, so like there's no one else on the internet. So I'm like, ooh, I need to do all the sprints.
You could do all the uploading, all the things.
I haven't read this, so if anyone else knows.
There's two that have very similar
Names.
Yeah. Okay, that's not the one that I've read. I've read the other Ace of Shadows.
Mm.
Yeah, I've read Ace of Shadows.
I feel like Questathon works really well for mood readers, as there's so many prompts on each board that something has to work for the books you read. That's just what I'm going with. You'll learn in my TBR video tomorrow. It's pretty much what I said. I feel like the idea of it doesn't really work for a set TBR for me. Works really well for mood reading.
I'm taking a break from readathons, I say, but I'm doing 2 at the end of the month, so not really.
I think that'll be August for me, even though there's magical readathon, so I'll probably end up doing it. But I had meant to take a break this month, and then Sahar was like, "Do you want to host?" And I was like, "Can't say no. Sure."
It sounds so fun. And like, here's the thing. I feel like I want July to be a mood read thing, but at the same time, I have books that I should get to. I might just throw them all out the window is the problem, because I feel like I've had really structured TBRs.
You have lately.
I've been reading like things for commitments one after the other, and it's great because the discussions are fun, but I don't fit in because I don't read as much as other people. I don't fit in other things that I want to get to.
Yeah, that's always the hard part. I'm back to reading a lot less. Like, holy crap, the last couple months I'd been reading so many books. And now I'm still higher than I was. I'm sitting at about 9 books, like 3 books every 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
But which is still a lot more than a lot of other people. But like, holy crap. I was like, how did I read like 26 books in April? Like, what did Realmathon do to me?
I managed 8 in April and 8 this month, but I feel like they're pushing my extremes where I'd rather almost take a book off and read a little slower.
Yep, I get that. I think that I'll read a lot next month because, spoiler for the 53 people out here for tomorrow's video, my TBR was so nice to me that I actually think I only have 4 books on it. 4 books.
Nice.
And 2 of which are Greenbone.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes,
I'll probably fly through those because the binge reader in me can't stop myself. And I haven't binge read in so long because with Snakes and TBR stacks, I always feel bad when I put like a whole series on. I don't know why, but that like something about it, I'm like, well, I can't put Valor for one, Rune for the next, and Wrath for the next. I feel like that's not interesting for people.
Well, and at least for those because you've read the first book, you're most likely going to like. But a lot of times in a month, I'm like, I want to try book 1 of this series and book 1 of that series. And if I like either one, I'll probably want to binge read the whole thing. But how do you plan for that?
I have one on my TBR for next month that I'm a little worried. I'm like, if I like it, there's 4 books. I might want to binge. But I also have other reading plans. Like I want to do the dragon vlog. I'm currently working on a vlog with like a video idea with Mel that requires us to read books. And so it's like, wow, so many reading plans, but like I also just want to binge read. So I think August I might be like really chill.
But I might go the opposite and try a themed vlog in August that I've been kind of thinking about.
I love a good themed vlog. Yeah, this also happens. This is why any Patreon I'm in, I always pick the buddy read that I've already read. Because I'm like, I can still be in the discussion, but I don't have to read it. That's also why Elderling Long I've fallen behind on. Because I was like, well, every single month I put a Realm of the Elderlings book on, and I was like, well, that's one of my books. And then I was reading A Course of Dragons every single month. Every single month, you're going to know 2 of the 5 books I'm reading.
Yeah, those are really fun, but when you have too many, that's when I'm like, who do I choose? How do I pick favorites?
Mm-hmm. Well, in Realm of the Elderlings, I love, but it's so long. So
I think my ideal would be like a month and a half between them. But I feel bad because Kristen's really into them. Like even now we're buddy reading Fool's Errand and she's ahead of me because she's like wanting to read more of it. And so I feel bad holding her back. So we're trying to do like one a month, but even that's it's a little too close for me for like Hob being what she is to me.
Yeah.
So
the cat is hollering upstairs to realize no one's up there. I love theme vlogs. They're so good.
I have a hard time with them. I haven't done any. I say I have in my mind I have a hard time with them because I feel like I don't always want to read. Like I feel like you have to have enough of a common thread, and I usually like I can think of 2. I can never think of 3 or 4 in the same theme.
That does happen a lot.
So maybe just do 2.
Broader themes are good, but 2 is good. Like I'll still watch a vlog with 2.
Knowing me, I'll talk too much, so I should probably just do 2.
Fair. I also talk a lot. Yeah, 2 is fine too. There's nothing wrong with it too. I think that it's just harder to make them longer, but a lot of people like shorter vlogs as well. Especially if I'm interested in the books. There's just like a little theme there that connects them.
Well, I wanted to do a Musketeers one because I got like a YA one for all, which was like a Musketeer YA retelling. And then I was going to put it with like Swordsman's Lament, but then I lost interest in the YA one. And so then I was like, well, I can't think of any other Musketeer-y swashbuckling ones.
Start a booktube account. That's all I gotta say. Is it's great.
People are so nice.
It's the nicest community.
I
still have quite a few books I need to get to. I'm more burned out on having to plan what to read in what order. This also does happen. Jody, also, if you share this with me, I can also share it in the Discord.
That'd be useful.
Because I mean, like, I'm really good at theme vlogs. I feel like in simplest.
I might come to you for the 3rd if I do feel like.
Yes.
Because right now I have 1 adult, 1 YA that I did actually want to try. So I'm like, I could do a 3rd if it's a YA. They're fast reads.
This and like the Ranger of Marzana, they both follow 2 siblings. That like one is fighting for the Empire and one is like against the Empire, which is a trope you see often. So I feel like that is like an easy you could read them. They're very different from at least first chapter. Or like, I don't know, I'm so lame. Like you can give me the simplest theme and I'll hook onto it, but I don't like unthemed. So it like makes no sense, but you could just like put in the title like reading authors I've read from before and I'm like, okay, cool. It's themed enough for me.
True.
But if it just were like weekly reading vlogs, 2 books, I'd be like, not interested.
I mean, I don't know why I'm keeping it a secret. I guess I could even just say it. I want to do like a desert-based theme reading vlog in August because I feel like that fits the hottest month theme. So I'm definitely, because I want to read 12 Kings and Sherikai anyway. So that one's going to be on there. And then I had like a YA. I was debating trying and then some others that I don't know about the 3rds.
I love desert fantasy, but it's a really freaking hard one to do. It's there's not that many. Isn't you already read it though, The Stardust Thief?
I know. I almost thought about pushing that one to a couple months, but I was just so eager to get to it.
Here's the thing. No one will know when you record it.
Is that the secret? I didn't realize.
Sometimes I record things way out of order. I know
I should have
recorded like a month before.
I didn't even think of that. I don't know why.
Honestly, Deb, I'm down for this theme. Oh, dude, but it's sci-fi and chunky.
Oh, Dune is desert, right? But I don't know if I want to read Dune.
dense.
Oh, thanks, Kaylee.
You could do, if you're down to do like sci-fi. It's not necessarily desert, but Sand by Hugh Howey, which I really enjoyed. It's like it's short. It's a dystopian where the world just gets covered in sand. So like
I've never heard of this.
Buildings have been buried by like hundreds of feet of sand, and people go like sand diving for treasures.
Ooh, interesting.
And then like our main character gets like caught up in some things.
Is it a standalone or a series?
It's a standalone.
Okay.
I think. Oh, actually, it was just released. There's a sequel. But it was a standalone.
Don't dye or cut your hair. This is an actual problem I have because I have a video from back in like December that I never put out. And I went back recently. I was like, I could put it out this week, but my hair is like
Just do it. Just do it. Cat. We Hunt the Flames does have a desert theme. It's the whole reason I bought it, but I unhauled it. Unpopular opinion, but I hate it.
I have DNF'd We Hunt the Flames at least 3 times, but I am so determined to like it that it's still on my, not my physical TBR, but it's like my mental TBR. So I might try that one again because I really want to like it.
I mean, I'm still game for when someone DNFs a book and they talk about it in a vlog. I feel like it counts as a book, and I still like to hear your thoughts and like the reasons why it did or like it wasn't working for you or something.
Yeah, I think DNF is like its own rating almost.
It's a 0 for me. Like it's like I just like something didn't work for it, right? I don't actually rate them, but like in my head, they're 0 because I didn't complete them. This is a thing that I will probably update at the end of the year, and I have paid 0 attention to. I'll probably halfway through look. Like I actually last night just went all the way through all my priorities for the year and stuff, since we're at the 6-month mark, and that's what I'll do for SFF too. But the 6-month mark is a little bit different. So at this moment in time, I have no idea how I'm doing.
You have A to Z too, which is tough.
And I got rid of my Y book. I unhauled it.
I don't think I have any Y books.
That one is though also I think it's at a different. I made sure to do them for like different years.
Yeah, I know. Kitty.
I know a lot of people who DNF'd it, and I know a lot of people who loved it. So it's like an interesting one.
I have heard the second book doesn't have the same pacing issues as the first.
Aw,
And I DNF'd it like really early on, so I feel like I didn't give it a good shot.
I love the ones everyone tells you to do something, you're just like, nah, just out of the sense of doing and saying nah. I feel that sometimes.
Okay, but Princess Bride is so good.
It's really good.
Okay. We were yelling at Yolene for not having watched Princess Bride yet or read it.
Gosh, Yoli needs to get on that.
I know. I wish I could re-experience Princess Bride.
When is your Words of Radiance live show or those live show?
The 17th at 8 a.m. PST, so 9 a.m. for you.
Part of me is like, I should torture myself and do it. Part of me says no, because I need to read 3 time books before September.
It's really good. Like, I think I would have probably finished it way sooner if I wasn't constantly putting it in like second priority to everything else.
Because you have more of a priority to.
I've had like deadlines on everything else that are this month, but I'm still 600 pages into Words of Radiance because every moment I get, I'm just like, this is what I want to be reading.
Yeah.
No.
I did not have to do this, but it would be really easy because I start with a C.
Hello.
Hello.
What would I be? Meerkat?
Meerkat. It's a good one. It's just so chunky. It's so scary. And I have to read both of. Well, my plan is I don't have to. The plan is to read both of these this month
For Dragon Blog?
I
might be able to buddy read, but prior when you start it because I need to get it off my list. So let me know.
Yeah, it's I think it'll go into like, I purposely didn't put them on the TBR because I was like, I can go into August.
Yeah.
but because they're friggin' chunkers,
They're
and
so
both of them you have to use Audible to get the audiobook for, which is really
Oh.
annoying
That's annoying.
because this one's self-pubbed.
Hmm.
I don't know why Prairie is only on Audible.
Yeah. It's so big, but it's technically like I think it's a lot less word count than even, for example, Brandon Sanderson. It just looks so big.
Yeah, it's
It tells me it's not that bad.
oh wow, that's a really long.
Dark Fairy reading says to audiobook Priory because it's slow, which I've heard. Oh, barely any dragons. I thought it had a lot of dragons. That's sad.
It doesn't. I mean, I will say almost every dragon book, unless it's like a boy and the dragon, doesn't have a lot of dragons. So
Yeah.
it's something I expect.
True.
And I don't mind. I like when they're just like a creature.
I like when they're at least part of the world, which I think is going to be with Priory. Like the religions, I think, are based on it.
Dragon riders too. I do know that. I don't think there's as much dragon riding as people thought, but I've technically DNF'd this book already.
Uh-oh.
It'll be interesting. I had the audio.
How far in?
I want to say 50 or so pages, so not very far in.
Okay, that's not bad. I thought you were going to say 50%.
Had the audio, and I was just like, I remember being like very confused. It was the same feels I feel like I got with Sword of Dragon, where it was just like a lot of information at once.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that I will start it physically and then move to audio, or do physically and audio at the same time, because sometimes with audio, when it's just like so much information, I just get lost.
Are you physically reading Jade War or audiobooking?
I'll do probably a bit of both.
Okay. Kristen said that she had a hard time following the audiobook, like the geo like economic politics part, and she thinks it took away from her enjoyment. So at least start that one physically, I'd say too.
Because I did Jade City, had the audiobook, but I read along at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And I did struggle even with that because the narrator doesn't differentiate very much between voices. He did them all really well, but it was very similar. So I was always like, who the frick am I in if I wasn't like paying enough attention to the actual writing? So
And she does that thing that you said you hate where she like drops into random POVs, right?
mm-hmm. And I think that's why like most of the time I hate it in a book like that, where it's like
It's hard to follow.
Yeah, like it was the same voice and everything. So I was like, where am I now? Like male, female, who am I? Someone tell me.
If you listen to the Aragon audiobooks, I'd love to hear your opinion because I thought that his voice that he does for the dragon was hilarious.
I'm excited. I'm actually on the library hold for it, which this book actually is way longer than I thought it was. It is like dense.
Yep. They're big.
Like I was like, oh, I got a nice easy book.
The third one is, I would compare kind of slog-wise to Assassin's Quest too. Like I picked it up multiple times and DNF'd it and picked it up again because I just needed to know what happened, but it's slow.
Interesting. I'm excited to try it. I don't think I will end up continuing in the series.
I'll spoil you on the things that I think are cool because book 2 brings up some really unique concepts that I feel like people who only read book 1 and say it's a very Lord of the Rings like copy don't know about.
Interesting.
Because it does have some really cool, unique things, in my opinion.
I mean, I've watched the movies at some point.
Movies just the first one, though, right?
I think it's just the first one. I don't remember them anymore. Truthfully, it's been a long time since I watched them. But I think that they're all very different books, which is kind of exciting. But I do wish like a non-popular one wasn't. Which then I own.
I do wish Age of Myth had won because I want your opinions on that one.
Age of Myth, I don't think I'll pick personally because I think that it's more dragons in the lore versus like seeing a dragon ever. Rachel's read it, so I was asking Rachel about it. I think I will plan on reading it at some point because I'm excited. But I could do Waking Fire. Because it's very
That's Anthony Ryan. Yes, read that one and tell me what you think because I want to try that series, but got burned with Bloodsong.
or some of the classic ones I feel like could be interesting. We'll see how I feel. I might do 4, might do 5, who knows.
Mhm.
Because I was thinking about doing my top pick, which I don't really have a top pick. So it just depends what I'm in the mood for the day of.
Yeah.
I decide to do it, and then maybe also like a randomized comment.
You could do the one that you think you would rate the highest, like impression-wise, prediction-wise.
Read all of their first chapters. Holy crap, that would be a lot of reading.
No, don't do that. That's a lot. Read the first sentences. Ooh, do the thing that, who was it?
Mel did it.
Yes.
The prediction from the first sentence.
Mhm.
Also, that was a thing too. My 5-star first chapter prediction with my star rating
Didn't do well.
not do well.
Mhm.
I mean, it didn't do terribly, but it didn't do well, and I was so sad because I loved that one. Like, I was originally only going to do 5 books, and I kept being like, I'll do another book.
It's fun. See, what also I don't understand about like videos that don't do well, if I'm subscribed to a channel, I know you don't do this, but like I will watch most of the videos of the people I'm subscribed to. Where I think you pick and choose more, so I kind of get it, but I'm like, I will watch all the content.
Depends. I have like people like that I watch literally everything for. So like Mel, you, Jade, Becca are like the ones off the top of my head. Library of a Viking, and I tend to watch Dom's books videos too. But I subscribe to a lot of people. I subscribe to like 100 people.
Oh yeah. See, I keep mine more minimalist because I feel like I'm a completionist that way.
So like I don't watch like all of Yolene's videos. I don't watch her like reading updates. But I watch anything that she's like Marvel. And then like Elliot Brooks I subscribe to, but only watch once an inch like me because she reads like a lot more outside of my reading taste. Same with like Gabby reads. Like I subscribe to horror and thriller people, but I don't watch all their content. But reviews are one that I will skip very often because I don't watch reviews until after.
To be fair, reviews are also my least favorite, so I get why they're the least watched.
I do like to watch reviews afterwards to see if people had my own thoughts, but like I get why people don't watch them.
I watch reviews for books I'm like curious about or excited to read, but if I don't know about it or don't care about it, then I won't click on it. I'm hoping to read this in July too. I'm really excited.
I watch everything from everyone at least I try. I'm subscribed to a lot of people, so that's where it comes. But I try to like I have the main people. There's a decent amount of them. Like I watch most of Ashley's videos too. But there are a few.
Yeah. I do need to probably start being a little bit more like that because my watch later just gets out of control.
Truthfully, I could watch more than I do. I get very like I have nothing to watch because I am a little bit picky on things, and then I have so much time on my hands for YouTube because I just watch it while I'm working.
Yeah.
And then I also watch it like when I go to bed. So
I have weeks where I can do the kind of work where I can watch and listen, and then there's weeks where like for like 2 weeks I can't do anything because I'm just so like writing something that's so brain intensive.
Yeah. And then for me too, I really don't like weekly reading vlogs, so I tend to skip those. Besides from Becca and Jade, they're pretty much the only people I'll watch those from.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if you put out a themed reading vlog that's fantasy based or like based, 100%.
You're there.
Got me for the full 40 minutes. Or, you know, if you're Gavin, you've got me for the full 5 hours. Yeah, like a lot of people are more picky, I think, because you only have so many hours in a day.
Yeah. That's the thing. I feel like the time that I would use for audiobooks, I use for listening to videos. Because most of the time I'm not watching them. There's a few people I'll sit down that like actually watch because I like the aesthetic, but most of it, like I'm walking my dog, I'm working, I'm cooking dinner, or I'm like washing dishes. So then I feel like if I started listening to audiobooks, I don't know where I'd fit that in anymore.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I
listen to audiobooks in the car a lot.
I don't commute for work, so luckily it means I don't have that time.
I commute every once in a while. Sleeps and stuff. And I go to Nick's house a lot, which is a
Fair.
quick, like 15, 20 minutes, but it still adds up.
Yeah.
And then when I'm working,
When you run out of videos, yeah, that makes
Like,
sense.
I switch it up a lot. Like some days I'm in the mood just to watch like TV or like
Mhm.
YouTube videos. Or some days I'm really in the mood just to listen to an audiobook. An audiobook is easier because it's very like there's no visual aspect of it. So like
Mhm.
I grind out photos
Yeah.
really easily.
I think it's harder for me because I'm not used to it. So I feel like I need to concentrate more.
And like my job itself is very like same thing. Like I copy and paste my edits a lot and I'm just
True.
doing like, it's very like I don't have to think about it anymore. I'm just like, very used to it. So sorry, I didn't even actually read this, Jody. Just send me the link on like Discord or something. That's probably the easiest way.
Google or email, I guess, if it's a Google Doc.
We can just share. Like if you're, because you want to share it publicly with everyone anyway, so you have to like change the permissions to share with everyone, and then you can just send me the link, or you can just put it in the Discord group itself, and I'll pin it.
That would be the ideal audiobook listening. That's when I'm doing like house chores or cleaning. That's my favorite listening time.
Cooking. Oh, it's Excel.
I think if you uploaded it to Google Documents and then shared from there, you could probably send a link.
Yeah, I think you'd have to upload it to Google Docs. Otherwise, I don't know how to do it. You could just screenshot it and put pictures in the Discord.
True.
It's probably how I would do it then, but
PDF it.
Yeah, I also have an SBFBO vlog to do, which I want to do this month too.
See, my brain also didn't realize you could do multiple vlogs until you did that Patreon like one where you showed the clip of you saying like Dragon Vlog clip 1, and I was like, oh.
While I didn't do that, and then I was like, this is so fucking hard. I have to wait for me to like start talking and like do all this. That now like I pretty much turn it on and like during clip.
Genius.
It's the only way I can have multiple vlogs going at the same time. Because the SBFBO vlog, I do actually have a 700-page book for. So I was like, maybe I'll read that. I'll just do that for Summer of Self Pub. But then I was like, I can't vlog Summer of Self Pub individually then because I will be using some of those books for the next vlog. Because I'm wanting to do books that have been cut. So I have 2 books that have been cut. I'm just waiting for like a third one.
Are you picking and choosing?
Really intrigues me. Yeah. Still trying to pick ones that interest me. Because I feel like it's not fair for me to read like a YA fantasy that's musical that I'm not gonna like. Like I just So I'm still trying to pick ones that interest me. I'm slightly hoping. I don't think that Dom loved this one. He had a review up for it on his channel, but he's not cutting anything until he's read them all, which is the smartest way to do it, in my opinion. So I'm like, when is this gonna come? Can you tell me so I can know if I can read this one for that video?
Oh, someone's going crazy. Sorry.
Oh, you're so cuddly. Do you want to do another sprint?
Sure.
Cool. Let's sprint then.
He randomly decides to like wake up and run around the room.
The snuggles. So cute. Okay, we're in a sprint. Do you want to do 40 again?
Yeah, sounds good.
I will see you in 40 minutes then.
See you soon. Hello.
Hello. How is your book going?
Well, I'm maybe for the first time having an emotion, so yay.
Yes to emotions.
Ugh.
I
think-
have confirmed that I cannot do a Sword of Kaigen discussion because I'm on like my 6th review.
Mhm.
And everything they say I agree with. Like that's the problem. It's like I was like,
Mm.
you gave this book 5 stars and I agree with everything you said. I just didn't connect to it. Like I just wrote my review and I was literally like, I don't understand why this isn't a 5-star read. Like
Mhm.
because the more I listen to people talk, I'm like, well, I agree, I liked that, I like that. The only thing I don't get is I never got the emotional impacts. Although I saw how they were there and how they could emotionally impact other people, it just didn't hit me.
That's word for word how I feel about Hob. And it's like I see why other people get the 5 stars, and I feel like it should be a 5 stars for me by my standards, but it just emotionally I'm not there. It's
Yeah.
got to be a writing style thing, like that kind of
And
magical thing you can't pinpoint.
I was telling earlier to Mel, I told her the writing style really reminds me of Jade City.
Hmm.
And she was like, oh, I kind of see that. It's
I can
just
see that.
of it's a little less emotional. It's
Very
a little,
blunt.
yeah. And then I'm now very curious on your thoughts when you finally get to know Mads of the Sea at
Mhm.
some point, because I think that it has a similar tone as Sword of Kaigen in terms of like these deep conversations.
Uh-huh. I
Um,
hope I love that one. That's
so
like I probably the most anticipated of my self-pub like TBR. But I'm
I
not gonna get to it during Rachel's because it's a chunker.
it's a chunker. It even took me a while. Like I mean,
Yeah.
I drove it, but it's dense too, and the start is very dense. Like
And I don't want to rush through it. I want to enjoy it.
But it has like those interesting conversations. Which like sitting here and writing my review, I was like, I loved the talk of propaganda. I loved the discussion of like a traditional society and what that means for roles in society and how that like was kind of changing as they figured out more things, the impact that technology even just had on them, and like motherhood and some of those discussions, which also could be why I guess I didn't connect with it, because as someone who doesn't want kids in any way, I like didn't really
But
care about
I don't think that's why I connected her. I don't know that like I want kids either. So
there. I was like, I was wondering if that had something to do with
yeah.
it, because I have no interest in kids. But I told my mom, I specifically read it and said, I think you'd like this book because you don't see motherhood
Yeah.
and a woman who's literally not like gonna let her kid die out there
Yes.
alone without doing
Her
something.
and Orca from Shadow of the Gods, best mother figures I've read.
Interesting. Like
So good.
literally people in their reviews are like, I think I just read my favorite female protagonist. And I'm sitting here like, I actually kind of agree with that.
I
Yet
wouldn't go that far for me personally.
I didn't really enjoy it. Like I was like, how do I think that she's such a good female protagonist? Yet I didn't. Like, the book is still 3 stars because I just couldn't.
Did you was the lack of connection with like the characters themselves? It sounds like it's not what you're saying, not like the type of character, but just the that you feel like you would have liked the character if it had been written differently, right?
I think, yeah, I think it has something to do. I found the writing style itself a little less emotional.
Mm.
And maybe too fast paced for me, especially because I'm not character driven. It takes me a while to like really like a character, which I think normally happens at the end of the series,
True.
which is why most series, the second book and
Yeah.
third books will get 5 stars from me, but the first won't, because that's when I started to be connected.
Yeah, ditto.
Um,
It's
so
funny though because no one else would describe this as an unemotional book. You're like the only
this is
person
the thing. I think it was emotional. It just wasn't emotional for
for
me.
you.
Am I
Mhm.
heartless? Like as I was reading this, I was like,
No, it's a connection thing.
um,
Because same with like Hob, I can see how people would be emotional about the stuff that's happening. I just don't feel anything. Like I just not there.
and I mean, I'm not that emotional with my reads in general. Like when I read Hob, I cried once.
Hmm. Which book?
the book you're reading.
Oh, okay. Great. This is the thing I think will happen.
I cried once, and I had Googled the thing I was about to cry about before, so I knew it was coming too, but I still cried.
Ship
Well,
of Destiny got to me the most, but it wasn't like a cry. It was like I walked around for 2 days, like thinking the world was just an awful place to be in.
I do understand that feeling, but I wasn't as emotional as other people are in it either, because I'm not that big of an emotional reader.
Mm-hmm.
But I still need to connect to something. I couldn't,
Yeah.
Sword of Kaigen, I couldn't connect to anything. I didn't even really connect to the world or the magic or,
It's so sad, but like I get it.
like, it was such a cool setting. I really enjoyed the
Mhm.
setting. I did enjoy the magic, and the, like, fight scene is cool, how they use the
They're
magic, but yet,
well written, right? You have to give them that.
yeah, the whole
Fight
book
scenes are
is
so
beautifully written.
Mhm. They're the most visual fight scenes I've read. I could visualize everything, and I can't visualize anything.
Yeah. The other thing that came up, I think, is talking about indie books. Watching one review, and they were just talking about how it was indie. And the thing with indie that I like is they don't have to worry about what traditional publishers don't want in their books.
Yeah.
So a lot of things that are talked about in Sword of Kaigen would never be. Well, I think now they would start to be traditionally published, but like
Smart.
indie books can go places that traditional
Mhm.
published books can't.
They don't have that oversight. Yeah.
So it's why there's a lot of there's a lot of indie grimdark too, because you don't have to worry about a book selling in that way. So I do think there is specific scenes that I think that a traditional publisher would have maybe gotten rid of, but they're I think what makes a lot of people love the book, because they're very hard hitting.
I wish I cried more easily. I feel like when I watch blogs of people who are experiencing the book that fully, I'm jealous that I'm not that type of reader.
I cried in Malice, but it was more of a like, it wasn't because it was sad at all. I cried just because I was like, this book, like, I just felt like I had an experience, and I was like 3 a.m., like so tired. And I was like, this was such a great experience. And I was probably on my period, and I just cried.
I cry more at TV shows because the visuals help, but less so at like words.
I cry in animals the most. I bawled a little heart out when I read Warrior Cats, and one of the cats died when I was younger.
Yeah. Warrior Cats was. I remember that book specifically. Yeah.
But and I think I almost cried in Malice because there is an animal companion thing that happens.
Oh, it's sad.
But I didn't cry in like I think is it Assassin's Apprentice where it happens with the animal companion?
No, yeah, the first one. Yeah, sorry, I thought we were talking Quest. Yes, yeah.
I didn't cry there or anything, which I knew people did, and like all of that.
I didn't either, but that's Hob for me. I think looking at my shelves, I think Sword of Kaigen was the most ugly sobbing I did. That and Jade Legacy, because I was really into like the feels of those books.
Yeah, I really see the comparison between Sword of Kaigen and Jade Greenwell Saga. So it makes me a little nervous to continue, but I'm also excited to continue because I did like Jade City. I think I connected more to Jade City than I connected to this.
I'm really curious. I think you'll like Jade War. I don't know how you'll feel about the third book because of the Mel thing that you might also agree on.
Yeah. Like, I am sitting here and I think Sword of Kaigen was technically way better than Jade City, but like,
technically agreed. Yes, correct.
This connection issue, I think it's actually very technically strong and stronger than a lot of books I've read. Like, it's well written. Where are you going? He really likes to climb this new bookshelf.
Oh, specifically that one?
Yeah. Because it's next to the bed, so he can get to it.
Makes sense. Yeah, he can jump on it. Oh.
I know.
Burrow in with books.
Takes a lot to bomb some.
Agreed. Like that level of emotion is just automatically 5 stars.
I cried in Fool's Errand, but it did not get 5 stars.
Although, well, yes, going back to sort of again, I cried in the middle, and then the ending. There's something about it that, which we haven't discussed the ending. I'll have to tell you that what I thought like I didn't love, but there's something in the ending that brought me down to 4.5 with it. So that's the only book I think where I've cried that I then was like, but then I bumped it back up to 5. So
Doing cat. Yeah, it's I think I have a feeling what you're gonna talk about. But we'll see. You'll have to text me after. That was probably my last sprint. It's midnight.
it's midnight, right?
I had to change my premiere because I realized I actually have plans with my sister at 11.
Oh.
It's now at 10. I was like, how dumb am I? We made this
Now
plan.
we'll riot. She had her lunch scheduled.
So yeah, I know. I texted her. I was like, oops, sorry.
Whoops.
So I actually have to be up tomorrow morning. Not that 10 is early at any point, but
Still like a place to be.
it means I because typically I wake up at like 8:30, but I chill for like a good hour in my bed because I have no reason to like get up before then.
Yeah, and then you have to either like get up earlier to adjust the chill in bedtime, or you just have to skip that part entirely.
I love the chill in bedtime though. It's
I'm like in a grump when I don't get that.
Yep. When I'm at like Nick's house, it's the worst because I wake up earlier than him. But he wakes up really easily. So I just kind of sit there like, this is not chill in bedtime. This is not what I meant, because I'm just like sitting there trying to not move, make any noise. If my phone vibrates, he'll wake up.
That's me with my dog. I'm like pull open my drawer to get my Kindle, then like quietly in the blankets. Yeah.
So, and like he doesn't really have like a space outside of his room at all. Like we both still live with our parents. We're like, I have an entire basement essentially.
I'm jealous of that. That
like
sounds nice.
Parents pretty much hang out upstairs. My dad comes down to his computer, and then like the laundry room is down here. But otherwise, like I have a living room. My office is down here. So I have a lot more space.
And he's just got the room. Yeah, that's about when I have like in terms of not shared space.
So when he sleeps here, it's easy because I just like escape and go to the living room. I'm like, I have nowhere to go. He has a younger brother, so his younger brother, although Nick lives in the basement, his younger brother is also in the basement all the time. But his room is bigger than mine.
Does he go to bed early too? And then you have to be careful about that?
Yeah, he is a early. It's always funny because he's in bed before me and I'm awake earlier than him.
Less sleep.
I just hate sleep. Hate it. The passion.
Waste of time.
Yeah, like there's just. I think I would like it more if I could like remember what I did when I slept, but it just feels like I spend all my life sleeping, and it's just like this black zone of like. Unless I'm dreaming, because I have really fucked up dreams and really vivid dreams, but then I didn't sleep. Like that's my problem. Like
then you don't feel rested. Yeah,
I have very vivid dreams that people think I'm a psychopath. My boyfriend told me I need to stop reading because my dreams are fucked up.
Could be the horror books you read, I guess, but
I think it's I don't know
what your mind. Yeah.
Yeah, we've had some weird dreams. I've poisoned a lot of people. I got sold as a sex slave.
Wow.
After my most recent one, we were in like a government conspiracy going into the Hunger Games. But if you won, you were sold off as a sex slave. That was your prize. So not a good prize. Some messed up dreams. Maria, you look confused. I can see you. I can't hear you. Maybe I'm frozen. Let's check YouTube. Yeah, we're having problems. Which she's coming back, and then I'm gonna be like, let's end the sprint because I need to go to bed. I love that it's not my Wi-Fi for once. Just no one reacted to my Hunger Games sex trafficking dream. Glad to know you all just think I'm regularly this fucked up all the time. Maria is cursed.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. I know we're probably going to hop off anyway soon, but I need to hear the story.
I had
It
a
is
dream
my Wi-Fi that's cursed. It's awful.
that you were put into like the Hunger Games through a government conspiracy, but when you won, when you killed enough people, because there was multiple winners, you got sex trafficked. Like, that was
reward or a punishment. Okay.
I think they just, in my dream, the government wanted like the strongest people.
Wow. I'm amazed at people who have dreams with plots because mine are either just like fear dreams or nonsensical. They don't have any sense to them.
I wish mine had any sense to them.
Like it's either a tsunami coming for me or spiders or like wacky dreams that I don't understand.
This is fair. Mine have plots. When I was 12, I was Hannah Montana, but instead of being a pop star, I was the leader of the cannibals.
I don't know if this is you being around like lawyers or just your imagination.
A little bit of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Had a lot of crazy dreams. And then, like, I also, at one point, when I was quite young, I had a birthday party where I poisoned everyone. They all dropped dead when they ate their cupcake. And I would, like, vividly remember it and being like, what the fuck is wrong with me? How did I just dream that? Like, I was so young. What were my parents letting me watch?
All the things, apparently. Didn't you say that they didn't have any?
But I like have the weirdest dreams. I wake up and Nick's like, I'll always tell Nick, I'll be like, I had a bad dream, and I'll tell him what it is. He's like, how can you even call that a bad dream? It was just like fucked up. Like, you just dreamt the weirdest thing.
Do you wake up and then like continue your dream in your head?
That does happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll like go back to bed and I'll like
pick up
the dream. I'm not like fully awake or fully asleep, I think is what happens.
Yeah.
Like I'll be trying to like change my dream. Like my sister can like control her dreams so easily.
That's so cool. That's so Inception. Like I wish I could do that.
And I'll like always try that. I'll be like, hey, I'm going back to bed. Like think happy thoughts. Think non-cannibal thoughts. And then I'll be right back into like where I was. Like my dreams will continue in the same night, but I've never had a dream continue like multiple nights.
Is it people you know or just random people?
Sometimes both. Like sometimes it's random.
Like Nick, I poisoned you in my dream. I hope that is just kind of something.
Yeah, so that does sometimes.
You might want to be on your best behavior this week, Nick. Yeah.
But like when I was younger, my mom said she always would have to wake me up. Like I'd wake up and I'd scream because I would think there was like a giant spider on me or something.
Oh gosh.
I don't
when I sleep. My sister always found that really annoying, but I don't remember what I'm saying. And apparently it's not like it's also kind of gibberishy.
I will have full conversations with people sometimes where they'll like say something to me and I'm like, obviously I was half asleep, half awake, don't remember it.
Mhm.
The best is when Nick sleeps here. He says I'll wake up and I'll yell at Mickey. Like I'll be like, "Get the fuck off me!" He like my cat like has to cuddle with you at all times. So like he'll sleep on your back or
So
something,
clingy.
and then he'll cry in the hallway, and I'll just yell at him. And I don't remember this at all. So
Sleep Cassidy has spoken.
sleep is such a weird thing. It's so weird.
It's so weird.
I wish I didn't remember them. Like I wish I didn't have dreams because like I feel so restless after a night that I dreamt. Like I didn't sleep at all, and I already don't sleep a lot, so I think it really hits me hard.
I think I'm pretty sure that like the stage that you have dreams in is the stage when you aren't getting as deep sleep. Like you have to have the stage after that. But I don't know. Some people manage to still get restful sleep and remember their dreams somehow. I don't know how.
I don't know how. Because like often I zonk, like I'm out like a light. Like my parents would always be terrified that if a fire happened, I wouldn't wake up. Like I could literally sleep through a fire alarm. So it's interesting because I feel like I have such a deep sleep, but then I have these vivid dreams. So it's like where is the line?
You wake up, like respond to a text, and then fall asleep again.
All the time.
You can't do that. If I've read a text when I like check the time and going to the bathroom or something, I'm awake forever from then. I can't.
I'll go to the washroom, pass right out. Like I wake up so often during the middle of the night. Like it's just.
I wonder if that's why you remember dreams more often too, because you wake up more periodically.
I think that could be it. Because I'm waking up on like the up, like less.
Yeah, less shallower. Sleep stage. I don't know,
but it's always interesting because people are always like, "Why are you up?" And I'm like, "I'm not really." I rolled over, checked my phone, went right back to bed. Like I guarantee you, I texted a response and I never saw the reply. You replied 10 seconds later. Like I rolled over and went right back to bed. Or like I can't sleep. This is also why I think I have a lot of bad dreams. Is I can't sleep without something on. So I sleep with like a TV on or YouTube videos, and I'll wake up in the middle of the night and put something back on. Like I'll wake up if it's silent,
seeping into your subconscious.
But I find it so hard to go to bed without something on because like my mind won't stop racing, which is interesting. It's fun to talk to people about because like Nick loves that part of the night. Like he's like, that's my favorite part. Is like when you're going to bed and you're just thinking through everything, and like I won't stop. Like I'll just keep thinking. 5 a.m. and I haven't slept yet, so I put on like something that I can like kind of concentrate on, but also fall asleep too.
I don't really think when I go to like if I'm walking, my mind wanders a lot, and that's my favorite thinking time. But when I go to sleep, unless I'm like really restless, I'll just fall asleep pretty quickly.
Jealous.
But I don't listen to things, or that will keep me up. Once I'm asleep, I'm not that noise sensitive. But once I'm like trying to go to bed, I am. Oof.
Yeah. It's all, I just like think that sleep is so weird. Like, why do some people react some way and some people the other? Like, something that we just don't really know. Like, it's just so hard to like map your brain out, right? Like, like why do some people remember dreams? Why do some people don't ever have dreams really?
I did read a thing that said that you can train yourself to notice if you're awake and like figure out that you're dreaming. Apparently, when you're dreaming, you can't really read things. So if you like the way that you train your brain is that during the day, you just like every half an hour, you look up and you read something. Like let's say you read a text on your phone or you read, I don't know, a pamphlet. Just like constantly train your brain to like look up every 30 minutes and read something. And then in a dream, you'll like look up and not be able to read anything, and you know you're sleeping.
Interesting.
I've never tried it, but apparently it works.
Then, like, they say you can't die in dreams. I feel like I've died in a dream.
I've died in every. Yeah, well, I mean, probably like you fade to black, but
like you're supposed to like once you die, you're like supposed to be like dead or something. So you're not supposed to like die in dreams. But I've died in a dream. I swear.
Yeah.
Game over. Gotta wake up.
Start over.
Yeah. Okay, well, on this nice dark topic of nightmares,
Everyone's have great dreams tonight.
have some good sleep if I'm good at this. So, see you guys probably tomorrow. I actually might sprint tomorrow night, so maybe see you tomorrow night.
Sounds fun.